All right, hello everyone. We got our first match of paddling pool here. We got Fishsticks versus Skasub, and I do not know what map we're on right now. Actually, we are.
It's going to be TC Mako Mart.
TC Mako. That's an interesting game one opener. So that'll be good to get started here. But we're just waiting for the teams to ready up, and then we'll be getting started in just a little bit. And I do believe this tournament will have no Rainmaker due to the glitch where you can get to one from a checkpoint, which is gotta be one of the best things they've ever added to the game. So, mostly going to be seeing a lot of more mode repeats, so I think having an advantage in one mode is definitely going to be more of a factor for this event than it would be normally, since we do have one less mode, of course.
Yeah, classic Splatoon 3 moment. What can we do about
indeed. it? But yeah, we're about to get started here. Alright, we got a pretty standard comp on... Ooh, one side's got a range blaster, but mostly going to do a lot of shooters. Very aggressive comp, while the other team's going with much more defensive chargers, Splattershot Pro, and Machine. Going to be an interesting difference in the play styles here as both teams roll out to mid.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. One team has charger, the other kind of struggles to charger. You can see how they deal with that.
Yeah, and already the stack being taken by Skasub. I'm just gonna mispronounce this, I'm so sorry. But going into mid here, we do see the Splash trying to clean the Machine here, gets right up close to him, gets a good kill. Just the Charger, they're gonna be getting both. That's an excellent play there. And they're gonna be able to get this bubble set up on the tower. And bubble could be so good on this map in particular, because getting to the top left on Mako is so important. And being able to have that little bit of extra protection to get someone up there is good. But right as I say that, the Zuka is not only going to take him out, but takes out someone else as well. The Gal cleaning up a kill on the other side. It's going to be a battle between the Machine and the 52. Nice double team out here from Fishsticks as they're going to be setting up under the left side of the map. And that's another wipeout. This time going in the same direction here. The range blaster going to be fighting early on the right side. Gets picked off, but the Junior will get the bubble off this time before any Zukas ruin that play.
Yeah, it was an excellent push by Skasub, but Fishsticks was able to defend. Now they're making push their own.
And this Charger already put in a bit of an uncomfortable position, trying to poke the tower, but the range blaster is going to be able to control that space a lot better, able to get a pick. Going to be using the wave breaker really aggressively just to make sure that Machine doesn't interfere with the push. And that's the second checkpoint out of the way. That's the hardest one here. Now the defenders are going to struggle a lot more, and they're going to have to rotate a bit further from their spawn to defend this point here. The range blaster does go down, though, as two picks happen on the side of Skasub, which is a really, really good job for them. Booyah Bomb comes out, and they'll be able to secure this defense, but they're going to have to do a big push to make the comeback. But that's a good way to start it with a nice snipe from the Charger onto the Junior. Finds one. Another member from Fishsticks going to be finding their way in immediately here.
Yeah, at this point it's really hard for them to come back. We got through all three checkpoints, so they're gonna have to try really hard.
And this Machine trying to set up here gets a nice direct over the wall. That's big for the pick there. But they still have a ton of people behind them. This blue team has been constantly running at them and not letting them set up their footing. That is how you deal with comps like this. But a number of the players do go down, and finally, we're seeing that Skasub has been able to set up here. Has the Inkzuki here, trying to find one player, not quite able to get it yet. Vacuum going to secure the checkpoint, but the bomb will find a kill. That is the start of a push, but they're going to have to defend you, which could be a bit tricky. The Vacuum actually kills two. It's going to keep this push going for a little bit. The fallout from the Machine secures a kill, and suddenly this is looking really, really bad for Fishsticks. The range blaster is going to try to contest the tower here. Going to force the Charger off for a little bit, buy some time, but does go down. Not quite sure if that's worth it. The bomb does find two, though, starting to put an end to this push here. With the 52 flanking the Crab, trying to find a pick. They do go down, but it's just the Pro in a 1v2 situation here, and they do go down.
Yeah, that's a delayed wipe now. Now it's gonna be hard for them to come back. Fishsticks is now establishing mid control.
Yeah, getting that range blaster set up with map control is going to be so important to this comp. You could immediately see that pressure on the right stack, completely clearing it for his splash, and now going to go clear the left side as well. Getting them ready for a push. Two down already. The Zuka getting punished by the splash. Really good play by them. And this yellow team is going to have to take quite a bit in order to regroup here. The Crab comes out to secure space. The Pro is trying to sneak in, but he does get spotted. Will be able to get out of there just barely with his life. But it's going to be really dangerous here. Fishsticks does not have too much time before they start getting pushes off. They have to really defend them quickly here. The bubble comes out. That's going to last the entire way to the lead. If they have to stop this, they have to get on it right now. The shot's trying to stop it. At 1 point remaining, they secure the tower.
Stop it. But Splash is still there.
Splash gonna jump out, another teammate jumps in, the classic accidental jump, but they stay alive for a little bit, almost, and then the charger immediately ruins whatever I was saying. Machine on the left stack here trying to push the range blaster out, but they're gonna need a little bit of help from that. No specials at the ready. The machine is 210 now. It's gonna take a little bit longer to get that Booyah Bomb to push back in, and we're starting to see that have a bit of an impact on this match.
The important part is that Fishsticks is keeping mid control all the time. It's making it very hard for Skasub to push in.
Yeah, that's a good way to start. They're finding a nice pick up the range blaster. The Crab's coming out. This has to come out big. It has to find something here to open up the push for them. They're trying to secure the right stack. Gets a little bit of damage. There's the kill they needed. And now they can secure a bit of space. The Junior's trying to run in with the bubble. But if the Junior gets picked, that's a bit of a waste of a special. But no, the Junior does waste time. The range blaster is on the tower. Finds a nice direct onto the tower rider to secure the first game for them.
Yeah, closing the game with a nice direct.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a little bit tricky for Skasub to really get set up here. None of their weapons paint or move particularly well except for the spotter shot, which means retakes, especially against such an aggressive comp like that, is going to be a bit of a problem. That being said, the next game is Zone's Wahoo World, which is typically a lot better for these slower, more defensive comps with the limited approach options. So maybe we can see them do a little bit better at executing their strategy here, but still, nice job to Fishsticks for the first game.
They do have a charger on their team, so they might be able to turn things around with Liter or something on this map.
Yeah, we could see something like an E-Leader. That would be pretty interesting. I'm not quite sure what else they would change to comp-wise. I will say it might be a bit of a weaker range blaster stage, but I don't really see too many swaps happening if this is the comps the teams they're both comfortable with. Both can work fine here, so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, heading into Wahoo zones, we're just about to get started here. Here we go. We are seeing pretty much the same comps. You were right on that E-Leader pick, though. We do see a swap there from the Charger, which might work out a little bit better here, but for the most part, the same game plan,
I'm guessing Fishsticks will try to be aggressive on this map because they can't let the leader get set up and have mid control.
Good poke from the range to find a pick, but they're quickly finding themselves the only member alive in mid. Gets another one, though. They're going to keep this aggression going, getting 2 kills before going down to the machine. That E-Leader's trying to set up to control this right side, but they didn't get it completely, and the Splash is behind that corner. Someone will have to take care of him, and there's a flank on the left side that's getting a little bit tricky to deal with, but one early pick is going to come up big here. They're close to that wave breaker, and if they can manage to get set up, that'll be good there. The Whale not used on the Charger, so they're going to be able to keep their pressure going as the zone continues to count down. The Fishsticks really need to regroup quickly here. This staggering has gone on for far too long, and we're already in last fight territory here if this zone doesn't flip soon.
The members of Fishsticks just keep trying to push in, and they're going down. They can't really do anything. Like, every time they're going 3 down, not getting any advantage, really.
Yeah, at this point, this junior needs to find a way into the zone, because if they don't set up the bubble and paint it, they just lose this game. I don't even think they can find a way in, and that's going to be one of the fastest games of Wahoo zones I have ever seen. You really can't afford to go down even a little bit on a map mode like that. It's incredibly punishing with how strong being able to set up in mid is on this stage.
Yeah, Eliter being able to set up in mid just gave them the edge there. Seeing a pretty dominant game because of that.
Yeah, did an absolutely great job there. Alright, so that means we're heading to our last map mode on Clam Blitz Hammerhead. Now, if you're Fishsticks, this is bad news here, because we've just seen how a map mode with the more limited entry routes and favoring that slower playstyle really does help out a comp like that. And this map isn't really going to be much different in that regard. We're going to need to see some adaptation, whether it's comp or playstyle.
Yeah, probably have to change the comp to adjust to the charger.
Yeah, we'll be seeing what the teams can come up with here, though. 1-1 set, though. You don't want to be sent to loser's bracket this early, but of course, someone going to go down here.
We're gonna see who comes out on top in this last map.
Now we're just loading in, about to get started here. But the final match of this series here, I do think on the bright side of it, being Clam Blitz should still benefit Fishsticks. Having to move a bit forward here is notoriously difficult for E-leaders to set up, because there's not really a comfortable spot the leader can set up on the clam basket where they can comfortably score and also snipe people without putting themselves at risk. So it might be a little bit trickier for them here, but we'll have to see how it goes as we start up with this final Game 3. No comp change from one team, and no comp change from the other. We've stuck the same weapons throughout this entire set. Why not keep it going now, loading out into this game? I think this is going to be really an uphill battle for Fishsticks, but if they can get a push going, I think it could very easily snowball into a knockout. So we're going to have to see which team can get control of the map first, as this Range Blaster is going to be trying to set up aggressively on the right side. Splattershot moving to deal with him quite quickly, but the Killer Whale going to be nice to cover him with some help from a teammate. The Pro is now isolated in the corner, and they're going to find a nice opening triple, leaving just the E-leader to defend.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're talking about. They're able to find an opening here. Might be able to get a bunch of points because of that.
Yeah, and here's the spot the Range Blaster's so good in, being able to poke both of the effective high grounds on this map from pretty much the same spot. You don't even really need to turn too much. Really limits how the defenders can go back in. You have to get a lot of good value from the specials, but unfortunately it doesn't look like any specials other than the Zuka are really happening very fast anyway. We still haven't seen a Booyah Bomb quite yet, and the Wavebreaker isn't going to be too much help here. If they can keep this push going with the clams, it should be doing really well, but it looks like they're going to let the basket close. No, one person's going to store. They're going to get a few more points here, but they do finally go down, but the damage has been done with an entire push all the way to 29, and it's going to be a big uphill battle just to get into mid. Grabbing the power clam for the special charge, trying to get a little bit quicker specials to push forward is going to be a good idea here, but this Booyah Bomb is going to need to create an opening.
It's going to be hard for Skasub to push in with the leader, but they do find two. They're chasing the Range Blaster left, but the Range Blaster does get a nice direct on the T-Tech.
Yeah, they need to take care of that Range Blaster, though. This Pro should be helping here. They finally get him out of there, but that took a lot of time. They're going to need another set of kills to push all the way forward, so they're going to have to work a little bit harder. Just that small difference in speed makes a big difference in the amount of fights you have to win in this game. And the Pro's getting immediately pressured by the splash, forced to drop and snipe out of the sky there, leaving it in a 3v3 situation. This Splash trying to maintain space, but the splatter shot will be having none of it, and they're slowly starting to turn this fight into his favor. But is it enough to push forward? We're going to see with this Ink Zuka coming out. Wavebreaker for the defending team. No picks happening quite yet. Both teams don't want to risk moving too far forward. The first pick of this fight is probably going to determine the winner, and both sides are trying to be incredibly careful here.
Skasub is getting a few picks here and there, but still hard for them to push in. But you see a nice pick from the leader, but they're still not able to push in.
There's 2 kills. The killer whales and crab is coming out to defend. Should be able to kill the pro. No, the pro survives on like 1 health point. But still, not enough of a pick to move forward here. It's something this comp is going to struggle with, and you need a little bit more than just a simple man advantage or booyah bomb to get things started. And we're seeing that Fishsticks is able to properly hold their side. They still haven't gotten into mid, but at the very least, time is being burned off the clock. We now have less than 2 minutes left. And with all the clams in this world, this yellow team still has not been able to get a push started quite yet. The range is going to be the first person to make a move dropping in, but we'll get immediately Zuka because of it. That is Hammerhead for you. And this team is going to be set up ready to push forward. If they can make something happen, they're juggling 2 footballs, but no one's really able to take a lot of space right now. One of the footballs is even going to die right now, and we're seeing a really hard time for this team to push in. They're getting another 2 kills, but none of these kills are going to matter if they can't push into their plat. Someone's got to really make a move. We got to see multiple specials coordinated, because if they keep going like this, they're not going to even get a push started.
Yeah, the slow comp is not really working out for them on this map, especially since Fishsticks got the early lead. It's going to be very hard with 1 minute left on the clock.
Splattershot trying to push forward here. We see the pro finally made their way in if they can get a pick on this junior, but it doesn't seem like they see them. The junior ambushing the E-leader, and no football scored. That's everyone down except the Splash, who's going to be cleaning up the fight here for Fishsticks. And now all of a sudden this comp is not going to have to just win 1 fight, but 2 fights and make a power clam with just about 40 seconds left on the clock.
It's going to be difficult, but the E-leader does get another nice pick. 2 picks on mid.
Yeah, that's a really good opening. They're able to take the center of the stage. They need that in order to make this football. The gal is sharking. Gonna find a pick, but they might get traded out here. I'm not sure if that's worth it since they had that killer whale ready, which is so good on defense for this stage, but it's a 2v2 right now. The E-leader trying to make a football. There's the overtime secured. They are going to get that extra 20 seconds to get a push started. The E-leader finds another kill. We have 2 kills and a booyah bomb. That's going to negate the bubble. Another kill. We need to kill this junior and go now. We have no time. We're taking a long time. The junior does finally go down, but the range blaster set up to defend here, poking the football. Finds 1 kill already. The ball not able to make it all the way to the basket. 52 cleaning kills. Wave breakers trying to help out, but not able to do enough. That's a wipeout, and Fishsticks are going to be able to take the very close set 2-1.
Yeah, it was a very dominant game by Fishsticks. We're able to get the lead very early in the game and then keep mid control, just locking out Skasub from even scoring once.
Yeah, nice job to them. 2 very different styles of team comps, and ultimately one of them did prevail, and Fishsticks are going to be moving on. That was a good set from both teams.
Yeah, exciting set for the first round of the day.
Yep, excellent job to them. And yeah, we'll be back soon with round 2.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
All right, we have Spark versus Nuts and Bolts for our next round 2 match. We're going to be doing this on Gorge Clam Blitz, a very interesting map mode. And I'm a little bit more familiar with these teams here. We have Spark, who I believe is playing with Dura for this tournament. So they have Cool Dude, Espress, Takimi, and Duracell. And then, of course, on the other team, we have Andy, Excellent, Sloshy, and Jakey. I believe Excellent has... I think they have a Slosher player. Well, I'd assume they are called Sloshy. That does imply that we'll be seeing a bucket today. So I think this is going to be a very interesting set.
They are going to probably play Slosher because I know them and they always play Slosher pretty much on one trick. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match to see between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just getting started here. Right, and we got a Bamboo from Dura, a Brush from Cool Dude. That's pretty interesting. We have the Slosher Expo Splash. Okay, so we got pretty mixed bag comp on Spark's side, and I believe that's basically an AoE comp on Nuts and Bolts. I really like the Splash Expo Slosher combo. It's very good there, and the Junior is also really nice to support those weapons. It's a very solid strategy. The Bamboo I also think is pretty interesting. Being able to get a good amount of Whale as a anchor weapon is quite valuable to push back in. It's probably the closest thing to having Missile on the back right now. But right now, it looks like that Nuts and Bolts are going to be taking mid control and setting up quite nicely, using the Inkstorm to push to the side. Dura going to get... No, they're not going to get killed by the bomb. They have plot armor, and they're just going to get out of there just in time. Nuts and Bolts currently sitting on quite a bit of specials right now, just waiting for the right opportunity. Both killer whales were used from Spark, and that does get the Brush to top mid to find 1 kill, sneak behind, get another kill, before finally going down to the burst bomb, or sorry, the crab tank shot from the Splash.
Pretty nice play from the Brush, but neither team is able to establish mid control or push in. It's kind of a stalemate right now.
Ooh, nice double from the Splash, and they're actually... No, they're not going to get away with it. They almost got away with it, though. Zuka going to be there. We're set up here. We do have the Inkstorm and triple Ink Strike and Bubble, but regardless of all 3 of those specials, the shot's going to move in, and the Clam RNG being the best thing in the universe, promptly rocketing that football off the side of the stage.
Yeah,
that Booyah Bomb's going to clear... That Booyah Bomb's going to clear the choke point here. We do have a drop, though, if the bucket can find this pick, but his team's trying to keep him alive. 3 people running at that bucket, ensuring that they hold that corner, and that's 2 kills, and we're finally going to see Spark trying to set up in a mid.
Yeah, Spark has a pretty good opportunity to push right now. They have the Zuka ready. They're using the Zuka and the Whale to push in. They're not able to find any picks, though.
The Whale not finding 1, but we're even on both sides here. Crab Tank holding the basket. The Storm's going to clear it. And Durin, a bit of a tricky spot, gets picked off. But we need to push this if we are Nuts and Bolts. We're getting these advantages, but we're not really pushing the aggression super far. But the Splash here finally going to get started, and that's the pick we need. Spark pinned in mid right now. If the Brush can go down here, then that's going to be huge for them. The Shot and Brush both teaming. The Splash is going to have to back off, and that opportunity has been lost. Spark is regaining mid control, trying to set up that Bamboo to the right side of the map.
This is such a back and forth. Both teams haven't been able to score, and it's already halfway past the match. But 3 go down!
The greatest splat bomb in the universe kills 3 players on Spark, and they're set up by the basket. There's the football. We got our first score. Sloshy able to find a kill here onto the machine, getting the triple Ink Strike off. Gonna be able to find another kill score to keep that basket open, man. Or they're gonna just kill the Brush. Forget it. Who needs the objective? We can just kill the entire team and start another push. Excellent play there. And the Bamboo might get picked here by the Splash if the Splash almost gets away there. And we're still keeping Spark in their base right now. We're still maintaining the mid control. Nuts and Bolts are doing an excellent job here. The Slosh are going to be poking this corner. Machine is close to that Booyah Bomb. They're going to have to try to push in with it.
They do get 1 pick, and they're trying to push in mid. 2 picks now. They're able to push into mid.
That's going to be a good storm to help the Explo maintain it on its own, but the Brush is going to be way too fast to get past it. The push has started. One player goes down. Two players go down on the side of Spark as Jakey just continues to find a way in. He's doing an excellent job. Finally, enough picks happen for Nuts and Bolts to set up. They have a power climb as long as they don't let it die. There we go. They're going to have to do a big push, though. They got all the way to 39, and they're already 2 down, so they're going to be starting in a bit of a disadvantage here. The machine going to be pushing in. The bucket does find the kill, though, to at least maintain some control on this left side, but it's going to be a long way to get full map control in the middle of the stage.
Yeah, Spark just has to hold out for another 30 seconds and they have the game in the bag.
Yeah, the brush on the right side trying to watch out for these power climbs. Has the killer whale at the ready, but no real need to rush the specials yet. Want to save them for the defense here. Though Nuts and Bolts is slowly gaining control of this right side of the map. They have the bubble. That whale's going to keep them from getting close enough. Not going to push yet. They do get rid of the special, though. If they can get close enough to that basket, the BN whale was both wasted, but the bubble dies before it can get up. And that's going to leave just the splash and the Expo to try to hold on. They have another power climb, but it would still suck to lose it. They do find one kill with the killer whale. Both footballs are here. 2 players go down. The football's going to be thrown into the basket. It's a 1v2 here, but neither member of the blue team has clams ready to score, yet they're recalling just to get some in time. They're 2 clams off the lead here, but the junior dies. Can the Expo make it in time? No! Just barely missing it by a matter of frames. And Spark is just barely going to be winning that match.
Unfortunate for Nuts and Bolts. There were 3 down on the side of Spark. Could have easily gotten the lead, but couldn't make it in time with the clams.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. Just a tiny bit of difference would have worked. But still, though, can't get too discouraged on that. They were doing pretty well. I'd say for the majority of the game, Nuts and Bolts did play better. It's just if they can execute things a little bit faster, I think they can get this set. And they still have 2 maps that are arguably even better for their AoE comp coming up, being Zones on Sturgeon. Zones, of course, being amazing for Expo in particular, and Tower Undertow Spillway, one of the best blaster and bucket maps. Or sorry, they don't have a blaster. One of the best bucket maps in the entire game.
Yeah, those 2 maps, with their comp, with Explo and Slusher, is gonna put in a lot of work on those 2 maps.
Yeah, so they got a good chance here if they can make it happen. It's gonna be a little bit difficult, but definitely still possible. So not time to get discouraged here. Time to just be a little bit ready. And we're going to see what they can do here.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we're just about to get started on Zone Sturgeon. I do wonder if we're going to see any comp changes. Bamboo might be a bit more tricky. Obviously, Dura able to play other chargers as well, so maybe we'll see something like that. Not quite sure, but we'll see what we get when we load in here. All right. What are we going to be loading into here, comp-wise? Oh, wait, it's Wahoo World. Is this supposed to be Wahoo World?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we're playing Wahoo Zones now. I think they might have mixed up the round maps, but either way, if they play it, I think they play it. So, that or it's just Wahoo again. But either way here, we're going to be loading out into this game. We got a ballpoint. I did expect a different backline from Dura, but I do not think I have seen him play ballpoint in a long time. This is quite new, but they're going to be going with it. And the Rapid Pro, which is a really defensive set of weapons here. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least. And it is the wrong maps. Okay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to play on that map.
Well, the broadcast able to get us set on the right map. Good to know I am not insane. And we're going to be going to the proper map here. But will we still see the ballpoint? Now I want to know, are they going to keep the ballpoint? I want to see the ballpoint. You know, I'm biased. I like watching ballpoint. I want to see the Dura ballpoint.
Not sure if it's going to work out on Zone Sturgeon.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It might be a little bit different then.
Yeah.
All right, both teams are loading up here. We're probably going to see a little bit of comp changes as we load into this next game. And here we go. We are on Wahoo World, and we are not on Wahoo World. We are on Sturgeon Shipyard. We see double machine E-Leader. Oh no! And the other team going to be sticking the same comp that we've been seeing. Is the double machine nerfs enough? We're about to find out. The Fizzy Bomb taking a little bit longer to refill your ink tank, and the slightly more expensive Booyah Bomb. Here we go, though. Both teams loading out to the middle of the stage. The Expo is going to try to control space, but that E-Leader is immediately going to limit where that Expo is able to control. The bubble in mid is doing really good at maintaining space here. They're going to have to move a bit further forward here. One of the machines is getting poked behind this corner. Expo hits him once, calling for help from his fellow machine on his team. Going to be able to clear this right side slowly but surely and gain mid control for their team.
Yeah, it's important for the Expo and the machine to coordinate properly to get the picks.
Yeah, the zone will flip to the Booyah Bomb here. The Junior going to have to back off here. The machine going to clean both of them up, though. And that's going to be able to set up right in front here. If Dura gets on their snipe, that Expo is going to suddenly only really have one place they can go, which could be a bit of a problem. The Brush going to be getting map control. Has that Killer Whale at the ready. A lot of defending specials at the ready, actually. Everything but the second Booyah Bomb, which is going to make it that much harder for Nuts and Bolts to push back in. The Brush is going to find one with a bomb as well. Killer Whale is going up here. They want to push that snipe. Another player goes down. The Brush is poking the Explosher, the last player remaining, who barely manages to live. Going to have to jump out due to the machine, but doesn't make it out. They're already down, and the machine is picked and spawned by the E-Leader. They have no time. They have to go right now to try to cap this zone.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. They're behind by a lot, and I don't think they're going to be able to cap zone. It's going to be a clean knockout for Spark.
Yeah, Spark doing an excellent job to hang out, to get control in mid there and just totally prevent the other team from doing anything. Did an excellent job converting one kill into like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, getting multiple picks, just denying Nuts and Bolts from pushing in, and kept the zone until the end of the game.
Yeah, and that's an excellent game win for them, and that's going to be the set. Spark taking it over Nuts and Bolts. Still an excellent job in game 1. Maybe they can make the losers run, and we'll have to see what Spark does as they get later into this bracket and fights some of the other top seeds. We got some matches like them versus Uprising if the seeds are to hold, which should be really interesting to see. But that's going to be it for now. We're going to be taking a pause until we get to the next set.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
All right, we are up with our next match, round 3. We got Fake Penguin versus Tabajimako. And we're just about to get started here. We are on Tower Control Mince Meat Metalworks. I do recognize a few of these players. Tobayaru is an incredibly good charger. We got Smile, Tamako, a lot of notable EU players. I know Anto on the other team is one of the only people sane enough to play Tent in this game, which is always an admirable feat. He does an incredibly good job with it. This should be a very interesting match, though. Tower Mincemeat can be very tricky to get a push started on.
Yeah, both the first and the second checkpoint are very hard to clear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. But yeah, we're just about to get in here, and I'm really curious to see what these teams are going to be running. What were we going to be playing around the tent? So we'll have to see. Here we go. We have Tent Machine Jr. and Shot going up against the opposing 52 Charger Machine and Heavy. That is a double backline comp. All right. I mean, there's a lot of interesting ways teams have tried to figure out how to make mincemeat easier, and I mean, this is definitely one of them. Let's see if it ends up working for them here. Could be a valuable strategy with the E-Leader able to set up on the right car, but for now, both teams just going to be setting up a neutral, trying to get some specials ready.
Yeah, interesting double backline comp, also double wave breaker at the same time. Very defensive compared to the other team. It's somewhat aggressive.
Yeah, and both teams able to get set up a little bit right now, but it looks like Fake Penguin going to be able to get the advantage up first. Junior on the tower. It's just the E-Leader who's going to be trying to find a kill here. Maybe able to force the bubble, but no, an expertly placed Splat Bomb going to be finding the kill. And the machine going to be jumping off that tower to be able to immediately get up ahead. Not a lot of people know that jump is a thing, but yes, from the checkpoint, you can go straight onto their plat. And that actually sets up quite well. They have the bubble here, but really, you want to be able to hold this bubble as much as possible. Being able to use it after the tower goes around the bend is going to be a lot more valuable. And the Junior having good patience to hold it until then. Now can get a lot of value there. Gets shredded pretty quickly, though. The Vacuum trying to block, but doesn't save the splatter shot before they go down as well.
Yeah, Fake Penguin having a lot of specials to burn for this third checkpoint. Might be able to clear it. And they do clear it. They have a huge lead right now.
All the way up to 3 before they finally get shut down. Machine did an excellent job back there, distracting the 52. Knew it would be disadvantageous to take the fight with the Killer Whale, so just opted to waste their time. And that worked out really well for them. We're seeing the Wave Breaker on the tower immediately. Booyah Bomb comes out, but gets immediately canceled. And the Sharks are going to kill the tower quite quickly here. And currently we see Fake Penguin trying to get back in the middle here. Going to be taking good advantage of the beacons from the 10 Umbrella Shield. The 10 Shield also going to be a nice way to try to get people to go through mid, since it's another problem with this stage. Going to be helpful to move through there. The Killer Whale comes out. This shot is so weak to it. We're going to barely be able to live. The Machine does go down though. But the Machine also going to trade out on both sides. It's still going to be a man advantage on Fake Penguin as they continue to really push the advantage here. Trying to find this heavy kill forces the jump out, and they are set up to make another push.
Yeah, specials flying everywhere, but Tabajimako not being able to control mid, and now Fake Penguin is able to push in with the big bubble on tower.
They're going to be dodging around the Wave Breaker here, trying to set up the Vacuum, going to be trying to block for the tower. But 2 people do go down anyway, though. This is nicely played from Tabajimako, and they're going to be trying to set up here. The E-Leader is going to go back to their own snipe. Heavy probably wants to take that tower here. And both teams really just trying to get some semblance of control here. And so far, Fake Penguin's doing a great job of holding on to mid.
Yeah, the 10th doing a great job providing the beacons to jump back in and holding mid with the 10th shield.
Yeah, excellent Booyah Bomb coming out here. Gonna find both players with it really well timed here. They're gonna be able to push forward, immediately start walling out this E-Leader. And once again, another push happening. But the Junior does get sniped this time. The Leader able to get a quick kill before things get dicey. The Machine playing under the ledge here, trying to set up a bit. The Leader with a nice angle, able to move him out a little bit, but no one able to get the kill quite yet. There we go with a 52. Smile getting that pick, and they're pushing the Junior out. Gets another kill, and this is the best advantage that Tabajimako has had all day. They're finally set up here, have this Killer Will to make sure they can get this checkpoint. Going to be using it now just to be safe here. Tenbrell on the right side trying to push back in for the other team, but not quite able to find anything just yet. Wall coming out from the 52. And we're slowly seeing a lot of points on the board. Vacuum comes out here. Going to be able to stop this 52, but not do too much else, honestly. But we're finally hitting the roadblock of the push. Some bomb does find a kill. The Booyah comes out to get the heavy, and it just barely gets stopped there. Good progress, but it's not enough. They're going to need one more push to get through that final checkpoint and get all the way to 2 or lower.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them since 3 went down on their side. Now Fake Penguin has complete mid control. But 2 do go down on Fake Penguin's side.
Yeah, Smile getting a nice pick here, and they're slowly setting up on the right, trying to find any last player here, but no one's being found quite yet. Everyone playing very defensive on the side of Fake Penguin here. Killer Whales come out to secure the tower, but I don't think anyone's actually able to get on in time. The heavy barely makes it before going down to the bomb. The E-Leader is going to have to touch the tower in the middle of an Izuka. They get sniped with an excellent fall-off shot to hit them over the wall. What a play there. Fake Penguin with a very solid game 1. The double backline pick definitely had potential on this stage, but it really struggles to get that map control back in, and Fake Penguin did a great job making that take as long as possible and gave them really minimal opportunities to push.
Yeah, I think the defining factor there was the 10th providing the beacons and the shields to push in against the leader, letting them get the early lead, and the Vacuum as well, protecting the tower.
Yeah, and with this best of 5 set, there's going to be a lot of opportunities. We're going to be moving into a very interesting map, to say the least, which is Mahi Splat Zones. This map mode starts out incredibly tiny, but the water level also drops quickly at 61, opening a lot of terrain. Still, though, not a lot of room, and normally what that means is the defending team does not really get the amount of specials or space that they do on other stages. They have to play a lot more together and rely a lot more on main weapon picks, which can be really tricky. And it's going to have a big impact on how this match plays. Being able to hold mid can be a bit of a challenge. At the same time, though, getting out of mid and pushing the opponent's spawn, it's right there. It's not that far. So any sort of major wipe can lead to a big problem for the defending team where they have to get picks using their spawn armor because it's just so difficult to get specials on this map.
Yeah, this map is very snowbally. We do see many times in solo where people just get spawn camped on this map. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen here, but it might. There's still a chance.
We'll have to see what these teams can do. I'm very curious if we're going to see any comp changes, but we will have to see. Here we go, loading in here. We're seeing same comp from Fake Penguin, but not from Tabajimako. We're seeing a Squeezer and a Nautilus. Rather than doubling up on the back lines, let's now triple up on the mid lines. Gonna be trying to just control space from a safe distance to be able to outpoke anyone on Fake Penguin, which is an interesting strategy. The Eater getting backed up quite quickly though, and having to play just that little bit further back denies so much sight lines. And the Bubble also gonna do a great job to control the right side of the map.
Yeah, interesting picks from Tabajimako, but they don't have that much paint. Fake Penguin is gonna be able to control the zone a lot better with the junior intent.
Yeah, we're seeing the machine try to poke to get back in. Water level gonna be dropping fairly soon here as long as that zone doesn't get contested. That's gonna provide a little bit of extra space on the left side. But it looks like still they're opting to try to push on the right. No, there we go. Now we're gonna rotate and go to the left side. Try to take some space here. Probably the best spot for their weapons to set up. But there's a machine on the island above them, and that might be a bit of a problem. Vacuum on the Nautilus is gonna prevent any real angle they can do. Even though the machine goes down to go down on the side of Tabajimako, and we are running low on time.
Running low on time and resources. They don't have any specials yet. They might not be able to cap zone. 10 points left. 2 go down on their side. 3 go. It's a full wipe and it's a knockout.
Yeah, we talked about this going to be very main weapon orientated for the fight, and that machine getting on the top left to be able to chip people safely and completely mess up anywhere they wanted to stand totally won them that fight. And with that gone, there just wasn't enough time to get the resources or space ready to be able to make the victory.
Yeah.
And that is going to be taking us to game number 3. Clam Blitz on Hagglefish Market.
Well, on this map it's very hard to push Clam Blitz. Yeah, especially against backlines. Leader can hold mid very well if they're on that uninkable.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit trickier here. We're now loading in. Going to see what the teams are going to pick. Are we going to have any changes? It's going to be a bit hard to say for right now. What do you think we can expect from these teams here?
I think Fake Penguin is just gonna stick to their normal comp. You know, the tent has been working out. But Tabajimako, they might make some more changes. I mean, last match they didn't have enough paint. I think Charger is fine on this map, but like the Knot and Squeezer combo didn't work out very well. And I don't think they're gonna switch back to double backline because it's not favored on this map.
Yeah, we will have to see. Here we go. No changes from Fake Penguin, mostly what we expected, except I think of 52. And we're going to see changes once again with the vacuum charger heavy. Going to be going back to the double backline, but a bit of a different charger, one that could be a bit more aggressive. Might work out better for them. I do think the kill whale is going to be a big problem for them to deal with, though. It's going to be really good, especially with the uninkables at trying to force the charger to move and giving you an opportunity to push forward. The tent is immediately going to be letting the machine in, though, who's going to be almost able to find a pick, but two go down immediately. Trade happens, Gal dead, and the fight just... It started, and it's over in like 5 seconds, and 6 people died.
Yeah, that was very surprising. Just ended instantly. Fake Penguin being able to create a power plant, being able to push in, and they do get 2.
Your vacuum going to be used to try to protect the 52, but not quite there. The 10 is not going to score the clams. Bit of miscommunication there is going to let the basket close early. That could have definitely been a much more impactful push, but it looks like it's going to be shut down, honestly, without much damage being done. As long as this tent goes down quickly. There we go, 2 down on the side of Fake Penguin, and Tabajimako is going to be able to set up in mid, especially with that wipeout to ensure they have nothing to worry about. They're going to be able to set up the charger, which the enemy team, outside of that kill wheel and Booyah Bomb, both of which are fairly slow to charge, don't really have anything to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to get back to mid with that double backline comp.
Yeah, here comes the vacuum here as they're trying to push through this right side. Booyah Bomb as well to protect people. 2 go down, 3 go down on the side of Fake Penguin. That's a wipeout, and they have so many clams to score into this basket. We're going to instantly go to 56 before any have even been recalled. We have some backlines on position on the tent. The charger on the enemy's tent is insanely good on this map. We got scored down to 47. Another football is made. If that could somehow make it to the basket, this push would be devastating. The gal is trying to keep it going, does go down. Second football doesn't make it, but 38 is quite a solid push there. And now the pressure is on Fake Penguin to try to make a better push.
Yeah, but they're able to get mid control very quickly. The machine is trying to flank left, but gets taken down very quickly.
Yeah, Smile on the right side here, trying to find a way in, but not able to get it quite yet. Going to be pressuring ahead of mid right now. We do see...
Okay, the lobby exploded.
I don't know what happened, but the game is gone. Did the room die, or did just the stream die? Like the stream caster? Unsure? Okay, we have no idea if they're still playing that. Classic Splatoon experience. Does happen sometimes, though. Does it say they're in match on the PB screen? I'm not sure which one you have added. It doesn't, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. So it looks like the room died. I think so. Both teams should be remaking at this point. I'm not... I believe it depends on who DC'd, but the push was at 38, which is, of course, lower than 50. And I believe it's even been 2.5 minutes there, so as long as the DC didn't... As long as they weren't hosting, I do believe that should be a game against Fake Penguin.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what happened.
And we're just gonna be waiting for these teams to load back in here, and we'll be good to go. Not quite sure, but we'll be waiting. So which team is hosting? Okay, so that should be a 2-1 set at this point. I believe we should be moving to game 4 unless if there is a gentleman's replay. So we'll be seeing what happens here.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Fake Penguin. They seem to get something started near the end, but of course the lobby exploded.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. That is Splatoon 3 for you. But, oh. Yeah, we're going to be hopping back in here and we'll have game 4 up shortly, and we'll be seeing if, they can make the reverse sweep. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, did it just double error? What the? Oh my god. What?
I thought the patch improved the connections.
Alright, we just have to see if we can get through the Nintendo moment and we'll be good. They're doing their best, though, to keep us out of the game. Will it work? Uh-oh. Yeah, let's go!
Finally.
The game works! Okay. As long as it doesn't break, we're set. Alrighty, anyway, Zone's Inkblot is our game 4 here. That's what we're going to be heading towards right now. We're going to be seeing what the teams can do here. This is a very interesting pick. I don't think it truly favors either team here, but I will say I do like Tent on this map, especially when you get map control. It could be really good to push in with, honestly. It might be really nice for them.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh my god. Well, a communication error has occurred. Well, we try again.
Third time's the charm.
I thought this was more than the third time. It's definitely been more than 3.
Nah,
It's
it's
okay.
fine. Splatoon 3 times, it's gonna work.
All right. Here we go. We are finally back here. And we have Heavy and E-Leader on the other side of the team. We're going to be going back to the original comp there that we saw from game 1. We're going to be seeing how it works out for them. They're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on this map. Both teams going into mid incredibly quickly here. That 10 is going to do a great job controlling the left side of the map. If the 52 doesn't have anything to say about it, but the Junior does go down before the bubble comes out, does trade out there. So it's going to be able to allow them to keep up the pressure. The 52 trying to control the left side with this wall, but the 10 shield going to be making it a bit more awkward. And it looks like the fight's going to just barely be going in favor of Fake Penguin.
Yeah, the 10th here being the deciding factor again in multiple matches actually. If they don't really deal with the 10th, then they can't get a push going. The 10th just causes so many problems for them.
It's the Booyah Bomb being forced, but it does get quite good value there, pushing quite a few players away. E-Leader going to be holding this left side here, going to be backing off just a little bit, trying to maintain a bit of space here. Wave Breaker comes out on the left to pressure that bubble shield. 2 players down, though, on the side of Tabajimako. Oh, my God. As they hold this side of the plat here. One of them does go down, though, and this is where it could be a bit of a problem. If Fake Penguin is able to set up well, which they're really trying to do with this ink vacuum here, it's going to be incredibly difficult for the 2 backliners to get pressure. However, if they can hold their plat, they just might have a chance here. Booyah Bomb is being forced, though. The vacuum was used earlier. Quite a lot of specials being used on Fake Penguin, and now Tabajimako has all their specials to push back in, but with the machine going down first, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Wave Breaker's already out, Killer Whale already out, and both of the non-backline weapons are down. The Heavy has to hold here. They do find a pick on the machine. This is going to be their main opportunity. Heavy going to be trying to support the zone. Both machines are down now. Team is very even here. Heavy trying to pin and get some map control. The bubble comes out, just barely able to slow things down, and that will be Fake Penguin just holding on to the zone and able to get the set win 3-1.
Such a long anticipated match for a very quick win.
Yeah, really quick performance. Really quick win there. Good solid game 4 to close it out there. And that's going to be Fake Penguin. Moving on, we're getting into our round 4 match shortly. And we're running out of people in the top cut here. We're starting to really narrow down the amount of teams up here. And the sets are only going to get more close when we come back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And we're back with Stylo versus Blue Comet. We're going to be starting on Undertow Clam Blitz, one of the more strange map modes in the game, honestly. It's actually a bit different too now because they removed one of the boxes on the glass, so we'll see how that drastically changes the gameplay today. But regardless, getting full control of mid and being able to force the opponents to have to drop in is super good on this map. But it is difficult to get that far. Getting that much map control is tricky. The other big staple of this map is that you really kind of have to go through mid. There's no other ways around, so mid is a huge choke point. It does mean if we do see any Zipcaster or Inkjet weapons, those will be exceptionally good at dealing with that. But outside of that, it'll be a battle for which team can cross that gap first, and then if they can push their advantage fully, it's possible to KO very easily on this stage.
Yeah, there are not really many flanks on this map. It's very hard to get in near the basket.
We see a sword coming out here, the Splatoon Stamper. Of course, I'm a big fan of that lately, so I'm happy to see it. We see a Hydra on the other team, which is another great weapon to control the glass, and an Ink Brush Tetracomp. We got a bunch of stuff I like in this set. I'm up for this, okay. That E-Leader able to find an opening pick quite nicely. You see the Stamper underneath, the brush goes down to the shooters, and this is a very early advantage, but the Tetradooley does sneak behind to get one pick. The Stamper, trying to even things out, has to go down to the Hydra, and so far, a lot of kills, not too much advantage. We do have a Power Clam on the side of Stylo, though, but that's the only real thing any team has gained here. Zuka is narrowly missing this Hydra's falling. He's just trying desperately to set up without getting shot.
3 do go down on the side of Stylo, so maybe Blue Comet can make something happen. Well, the brush does go down, so maybe they don't have to retreat.
Yeah, the Stamper's trying to put some pressure on the side here, going to be working with the teammate, finds a kill on the shot. Zipcaster comes out here before going down to that Hydra. We'll be having absolutely none of Spider-Man today. The E-Leader does find a nice snipe across the map on him, though, and is putting down some mines, trying to maintain some control. Neither team really able to quite get through the middle of the map just yet. Looks like 2 members of Blue Comet are trying to push this right side. The Junior is setting up with a bubble. 1 player does go down, 2 player does go down. The Stamper trades it out, though. Bubble's at the ready, but this Hydra is going to be putting pressure, just barely goes down. E-Leader saving the Junior's life here, as they're going to be swimming for it, able to set up the bubble with those 5 clams ready. They could jump the power right here if they wanted to.
They are indeed jumping the power, and they do have 7 clams to score in. 2 to go down on the side of Stylo, and 1 is down on the side of Blue Comet. This push might not last. Oh.
And the game's dead. I was wondering if that would happen after the 3 clams took like 7 seconds to get on the player. But looks like we'll be having a little bit of a delay, and we'll be probably replaying that. No team really got a super good push yet, but so far it looks like it's going to be a very even match. Okay.
Nice.
Good to know. Alright, well, we're going back to the match now. Sorry, it was a bit of a wait. We're dealing with the classic Nintendo Switch Online. But we are about to load into Clam Blitz on Undertow Spillway to get the rematch on Game 1. Anything that happened prior is basically irrelevant here, other than the teams getting to know each other a little bit better and what they're going to play. We should be seeing the same comps as well, as far as I'm aware. So, should be pretty interesting to see.
Indeed.
Here we go with the exact same compositions coming out. Yep, there we go. Two interesting set of weapons as we're going to be heading out here.
Yeah, we're gonna see if anything changes this time. They're just going back on glass like normal.
Yep, still the aggressive opening. Killer Whale to get the brush and Tetra in, but not quite able to make it so far. Junior does go down, but that E-Leader able to maintain his position. The brush is going to have to back off to avoid that suction bomb. And both teams still trying to find their way in. Brush going to be flanking the leader now. Here we go. Leader trying to fight him. Does stay alive, surprisingly, barely. But the brush is able to at least get a little bit of pressure off. Move the E-Leader to a bit of an uncomfortable position. The shot goes down. Stamper is Spider-Manning everywhere. And we see a kill happening here before the Stamper gets recalled.
Yeah, 3 on the side of Blue Comet do go down, and Stylo is trying to make a push with a power clamp.
Yeah, that's a nice pick on the Hydra Smiling. And we're going to have Stylo with the football if they can just find a way to make it into the basket. If they can manage to get that bubbler on the Junior, that could be incredibly useful for this push. The E-Leader is going to be the one to try to score it. Does drop a Wave Breaker before they die. But the Wave Breaker is going to get broken fairly quickly. Junior finally has that bubble, but it's a little bit too late. It's not going to be able to do too much. Gets broken practically immediately. And the push is going to die here at 60. Not bad, but definitely could have been a lot better.
Yeah, they just went down too quick. The E-Leader went ahead and got taken down very quickly. Couldn't really extend the push.
Yeah, tries to Spider-Man out of the way of the Reeve Slider, but not quite able to find anywhere far away enough. And the Tetra is now going to be set up on the opposing snipe. This is a really good position for them to play. And paired with the Booyah Bomb, they're clearing out so much of Stylo here. They're set up if they can make a football to push here, but no one has the clams yet. The shot finally makes the ball. Going to be able to score it in time. Brush trying to play underneath that ledge to keep applying pressure. Going to run up to the E-Leader. The Stamper and Shot both keeping him alive. But the damage is being done, and if that football makes it into the basket, it's going to be a lot of points. Tetra going to be sliding to clear some space. Football scores, so we're at 36. I'm not sure if they have the space to be able to recall some clams. The Hydra's trying to hold up top. The Junior contesting him does force him to drop. Should be able to get a pick here. No, it's the Tetra who's going to be promptly rolling away and teaming with the Ink Brush to get a kill. And we're still seeing Blue Comet retaining control of the map.
Yeah, they just keep picking up members of Stylo, and Stylo can't get mid control. Blue Comet does have another power clamp, so they might be able to make another push with the amount of clamps they have. But the Hydra does go down.
Yeah, good pick from the Stamper before recalling. And we're slowly seeing Stylo gain some map control, but a pick happens on the Stamper right as I say it. The Tetra and Brush are both in position to push, just waiting for something to happen. Two people go down. The shot goes down as well, though. That's the one small advantage they have here. Managed to clean it up and kill him. The Tetra gets the kill on the Brush. And that is 3 players down. It's just a Hydra in the corner. Stamper's going to be able to put ample pressure and probably secure the kill by themselves. Makes them jump out. Another one staggers from spawn. This is a huge advantage to Stylo right now. They have 2 footballs and are ready to push here. They just have to create an opening.
Yeah, they could easily get the... Oh, that 3 go down.
Yeah, right as we say it, unfortunately happens there. Luckily, we are able to at least maintain one of those footballs, since, of course, spawn jumping doesn't break it anymore. No invincible shield to worry about now. So the Elite are going to be in spawn, trying to hold on.
Yeah, at least they get that power clamp. It keeps some advantage. They do have all of their specials charged, so they might be able to take mid with that.
Yeah, we do see the Tetra trying to push up a little bit, applying some pressure here to go down the side of Stylo. That wave breaker is going to do a lot of work to hamper the Tetra's play since it has to remain so grounded, but the shot able to kill him at the end of the day. And they're setting up slowly here. They don't need a lot of clams for the lead, but they are struggling to break through the defenses of Blue Comet. We're using the bubble shield to try to get some pressure. Bunch of people go down. It's just the Brush in the corner. They go down. Both footballs. No, they lost one of them, but they're able to score the first football here. Have a few clams. The E-Leader gets a very nice snipe to keep things going, but they have to have someone else score. Someone has to keep the push going. The Zuka is clearing the path for the Stamper, who's going to score enough clams to tie it. And then the Junior going to be scoring the additional clam needed for the lead. Finds a double, going to be able to potentially keep this open even longer. They do go down, but one more clam scored. Gets the push all the way down to 30. But they are going to have to defend it in overtime.
Yeah, it's going to come down to overtime. One down on both teams. Blue Comet does have 2 power clams, so they could easily take the lead here. They've scored both.
Both power clams is enough. If the Tetra is close to that reef slider, using the slider to go in could be a great strategy, especially with the killer whale. However, it's not going to happen if the whole team is dead. And that strat is going to fall out the window here. Stylo is going to be scoring some extra power clams to secure the game a little bit early, and they're going to be taking the first match.
Yeah, that match was in the favor of Blue Comet for like the first half, but then Stylo came back and they were able to score enough clams to barely get the lead and defend as well in overtime.
Yeah, did an absolutely great job there. Alright, and that's going to be heading into our next game, which is Zone's Hammerhead Bridge. Pretty interesting here. Not quite sure which one is going to be better, but I do think that E-Leader is going to have a lot of pressure on this map. Stamper is also honestly pretty good here. All of those pillars that reach up can be zip-casted to, which could be quite useful. And it does allow you to go around the left side fairly safely under the wall. So both of those could be good for the Stamper in particular. I do also think Brush and Tetra could do really nice here.
Yeah, they're going to have to utilize the tools they have to be able to push on this map. This is particularly hard against Liter. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here for this map. It's going to be pretty interesting. Alright, we're about to load in here. Both teams are just picking their comps. I do wonder if we're going to be seeing any changes here. It's going to be difficult to figure out what each team is going to be trying to come up with here. Here we go, loading into the match. We are seeing the same comp coming out from Stylo, not many changes, and the same comp coming out from Blue Comet. Teams today are very no wait, no it's not, they have double, what is, huh? Okay, wait a second.
Double brush.
Double brush. Yeah, I stand corrected. Alright, we got 3 weapons that are gonna just be charging the enemy backline while the Hydra gives jumps, I guess? Sure, I like the plan. There is a Stamper though, and it did just one-shot the brush though, so that might ruin the plan a little bit. But the other brush is gonna get the kill. That's how the plan works. If one brush dies, another one gets it. And they're gonna be jumping in quite quickly here. This is gonna be a very, very interesting match.
Yeah, their plan is just hold forward and try to get the leader before they can set up mid.
And the 180p killer whales are going to be really nice here. This is a very strong whale stage, and here comes one of them already. And both those whales could open up for the brushes. The enemy team has to constantly be careful that the brushes aren't going to make it through, even if it's one pathway. The Zipcaster comes out, but who is the Zipcaster going to target? It's 3 mobile weapons, and the Hydra with the full charge could be a bit tricky. Zip's not able to find too much. One of the brushes does go down, but they don't see the other brush. They do manage to kill it, though, just barely before anything too devastating could happen. The Tetra's in the corner trying to get some picks here, and the Hydra is just trying to one-man army. You're going to push away the E-Leader for the time being, giving some jumps to teammates. But slowly but surely, Blue Comet is getting thinned out and is going to have to retake.
Yeah, they lost a lot of advantage in that fight. I don't think jumping in was the right choice.
Here comes the first killer whale, but no one ready to follow up on it. Maybe for the second one. Here comes the Zipcaster utilizing the pillars here. Going to wait out the Hydra spiraling charge before diving on him, but not having enough duration to get that kill. Will be able to find one of the brushes, though, and be able to maintain the zone here. Going to be capping it. The Hydra goes down as well. The Stamper Tech coming in clutch. A charge slash will one-shot the Booyah Bomb user right after they throw it, thanks to the multipliers carrying over. Stamper getting another pick, pushing in. Going to be able to get out of it with their life, too. They have so many numbers advantage and are especially going to have this Ink Zuka ready and the bubble to maintain zone. As long as they can keep up paint, they should be able to hold this here. Hydra's trying to make an opening. Brush gets absolutely Zuka'd. Second brush gets Zuka'd. Hydra's in the corner. The Tetra can't cap it with the slider, and that's the game. Another one going to Stylo. And the double brush, while a good idea, was not quite executed well enough to get the win here.
Yeah, similarly to the last match, Blue Comet was in the lead, but they couldn't keep it. They just keep losing the lead near the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a reverse sweep now, which is going to be really difficult for them to pull off. We are heading on to tower control on Mako Mart. Honestly, difficult one to really pick here. But we're going to have to see what teams can do here.
Yeah, this is the kind of maps that's more balanced, so you don't really know what weapon picks will change the tide of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tricky to tell here. Ultimately, I'm really thinking if we're going to see any comp changes. That Inkbrush one was creative, and even if it didn't work out, I did like it here. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to try it again or if they're going to go back to something different.
Okay.
Here we go. Game number 3 here. Stylo looking to close it out with the reverse sweep with the Stamper propaganda. Meanwhile, the double brush returns for Mako tower control.
Yeah, pretty interested to see what Double Brush is able to do in tower control.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky for sure, but both teams having a fairly neutral opening here.
Yeah, Junior used bubble early on tower to try to get some points, but doesn't end up very well. I have to back off now.
Yeah, the brush in the corner here. It's going to be difficult for the Junior to try to push him here. Just trying to lob splat bombs, put a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, the brush just being annoying on the right side. 3 do go down on the side of Stylo.
Yeah, anyway, sorry about that. Brush is going to be poking on the left side here, pressuring 2 players here. Gonna have both die to the killer whale. That is a high-value whale right there.
Yeah, the whale's putting in a lot of pressure there, getting a couple of picks, and Blue Comet's just able to keep the pressure on and keep pushing in, keep jumping in.
Yeah, the Hydra maintaining the tower. The leader barely able to pick him there. That's a difficult shot. The brush finds one though and is going to keep going. We're going to see the rolling on the tower adventures. There's the Tetra jumping in once more. And that's a push to 19. That was really solid there.
Yeah, getting to the second checkpoint there is huge for them.
Yeah, whales are coming out here, and Stylo trying to regroup, but they're already 2 down. This is where this comp can be so dangerous. The brush and Tetris can just be anywhere, and they can move so quickly, especially with all that map control. That getting in is going to require taking out multiple of them, which is going to be hard to do quickly. And if you don't, they're going to be spamming killer whales in your face, so you kind of have to anyway. Nice push from the brush. Second whale comes out from the other brush. Both brushes dashing and spawn. Gonna be finding another player. 2 more go down. It's just the leader. They're trying to survive the double ink brush barrage. They're just under the spawn. These 2 working together to maintain the control here. Bombs slowly pressure. Finally take out one of the brushes. And the tower's already on the second checkpoint. Booyah is gonna come out to make sure they stay alive. Sliders going in. There's just movement everywhere, but the Stamper has had enough of things. Gonna be using the Zipcaster to take out that Hydra spiraling, but the brushes are still there!
Yeah,
another double from the brush! But finally, Stylo manages, even though it costs them some players, to set up in the front here. They have the bubble ready, but they're not getting any room to breathe. The immediate pressure is going to take both of them out, and they're barely... Actually, I don't even think they get the checkpoint. Yeah, not even close to getting that checkpoint. And Blue Comet already back in control.
Yeah, Blue Comet has been in control for this entire 3 minutes of the match. They have taken the lead so easily with this double brush comp. Just keep putting the pressure on with the killer whales, keep flanking with the brushes.
And we do see the brush just going, trying to put some pressure, not committing super hard though. Oh, and just going back and forth.
They do get a delayed wipe on Blue Comet, so they might be able to do something here. They do have 3 specials ready. Elite almost have wave breaker ready as well.
Yeah, putting a bit of pressure. There's the wave breaker on the tower here to try to block a little bit, but that Hydra just does not care. The brush doesn't care about the bubble, and this push is already going to have to deal with some problems. They are managing to clean up the ink brushes, but this has taken quite a lot of their resources here. So that might make it a bit of a problem.
Already using all 4 of their specials just to clear 1 checkpoint, and they have to clear the second checkpoint and get to the third before they can get to the lead.
Brush gets a lot of damage, but only able to find 1 kill. The E-Leader finds another, and they might just turn this around. It's only the Tetra dually. The Junior goes down, though. That would have been huge for them to have this bubble on the push. Another one goes down to a bomb. The Stamper's going to be able to secure the checkpoint. 2 other players go down. It's just the Shot who's going to have to solo this against the double Ink Brush. They have jumps coming in. It's so close to the lead, but the Brush is having none of it. The Leader's tap-shotting the tower. The Stamper's the only one alive. And I don't even know if they're anywhere near mid in order to stop this. The Whale's gonna clear it. And while it came really close, it wasn't quite far enough to get the lead.
Yeah, just 4 points from the lead, but Blue Comet will be taking this game.
And Blue Comet getting something started here. This might be the beginning of a reverse sweep, or it's just one game of momentum. We'll have to see. So, we are going to go back to Undertow, but this time on Splat Zones for game number 4. Going to be a little bit different, but for the most part should be fairly similar. The real question here is, are we going to be seeing the double brush come out, and will that change the impact of this match?
It's a little harder to justify double brush on this map, but
Oh, okay. I am being told that it will actually be Eeltail Splat Zones, a little bit different. This is going to be a bit harder for the Brushes in Tetra. The main issue is the Brushes in Tetra, if they want to go all the way over to get the bridge, you know what you're going to need a hold? You're going to have to get a lot of map control. So that might be a bit tricky.
yeah, the only real way to push and flank on that map is to get through mid.
Yeah, and that's going to make it tough. But if they can get past that bridge and get the Brushes and Tetra around on the sides and bridge, it's going to be an absolute pain to retake. Okay, here we go. Eeltail Zones. Are we going to see the comp changes? This could be a bit nice for the Stamper here. I think Zip, it's a bit difficult on this map. It's hard to sneak around with it, but it is still nice with the limited entry routes on the stage. We're not going to see the double brush. It did work last time, but it looks like they're going to go with the more well-rounded Splattershot pick.
Yeah, they really want that Trizuka to get the charger out the way from bridge.
Yeah, here comes the opening killer whale, but 3 down quite quickly. It's just the Hydra. They're going to run out of a charge, but is able to secure the Junior just in time before they go down there. At least able to delay one of the specials a little bit further. The Stamper already has control of the bridge. The E-Leader doesn't seem like it's going to push up here to take control of this space, though. They're going to opt to play a bit safe. That is fair there with the faster comp, though. The Stamper is being pressured immediately, though. The Tetra will not be letting them maintain that bridge. They're going to be dropping straight in, reef sliding to get away, but unfortunately gets caught up to and punished in that dodge roll.
Yeah, Blue Comet's just taking many trades right now, trying to cap the zone. The charger does go down, so that might start something for them.
Ooh, 2 down there. The Tetra and Hydra are the only ones remaining. We're getting onto last push territory. The zone here is notoriously difficult to contest. It's just absolutely massive. And the Booyah gets punished again. That Stamper tech coming in clutch to be able to punish it one more time. And suddenly there's going to be a very even fight without that Hydra spotling. Jumps are coming in, but the shot goes down. The jump goes down. There's only 2 people remaining. One of them just died, and the Hydra has to solo cap this. They're not going to be able to do it. And Stylo, with an amazing aggression here, is going to be able to take this set 3-1. Good job from Blue Comet. We still definitely saw some creative stuff with them. but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take the game.
Yeah, just too much pressure from Stylo on that map, and with the extra big zone, Blue Comet wasn't able to retake in the end.
Yeah, though, that's going to be the set for them, and we're going to be moving on from the tournament. That's going to be it from me, though, casting-wise. Why don't we talk about where the people can find us? I am at ProChar on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. You can find me there if you want to see some YouTube content or some streams, other competitive gameplay. I'm on the Stamper grind right now as well.
Yeah, and for me, I'm at Willy360 on Twitter and Twitch, and on YouTube at Willy1.
But yeah, that's going to be everything from us. Thank you so much for enjoying the commentary. We're going to be switching to some different casters as we get into the latter part of the bracket.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 186. I'm Asec, joined by 45 or Bowser, and we're headed into the next bracket. Just switched up commentators. How are you feeling, 45?
I'm a little tired. I just woke up. I might have done time zone calculations wrong last night, but alarm clocks do wonders, and here I am.
Well, welcome. I've been up for a couple hours. But we're here seeing Stylo facing Uprising in our next match. We just saw Stylo in the last set. They won 3-1. And so I guess we're just going to have to see what we're going to see from them against Uprising, which I don't know if we've seen yet on stream. So we'll got to see how that goes.
Stylo's pretty impressive last set, although I was definitely the fan of the double brush comp. I wanted that to pop off, but unfortunately only one game for them. Stylo showed what they had. But I'm excited for this. Of course, there's a lot of new players for me. So I'm excited to see what kind of talent I get to see. And check it out, it's one of my favorite maps. Hagglefish, Tower Control. Let's see what the teams are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it looks like we are seeing a machine on Uprising's side, even after the recent nerf. And we didn't see a machine last set at all, if I remember correctly. So it's pretty good to see the machine still in the game, that they didn't over-nerf it or anything. And we have a double shot comp from Stylo in contrast to their comp with Stamper in it last time, which is very interesting. Currently, it seems that the junior is just trying to get onto tower and place that big bubbler to cheese a couple of points off. And so far, it has been working, but no one's really shooting at the tower anyways, so maybe it wasn't the best play.
Not really sure where everyone is right now, but hey, you know what? Free points is free points. Get that pressure started. Get something going right now. And Excellent plays Booyah Bomb. Yeah, no, I don't know what happened, but they literally have this entire side of the map. Like, I normally expect that mid-fight, right? Like, there was no mid-fight.
They kind of just took tower from underneath Stylo's nose, and they didn't really expect it. So I guess it worked out for them. They've already broken through the first checkpoint, but they are going one down. With Stylo getting a couple of specials going out to try and stop this tower at the checkpoint. And they get another pick, staggering them even further. With that kill was very laggy. Leaving them in a 3v3 position, with more people going down on the side of Stylo, so this might end up going in Uprising's direction, but the shot also does go down along with the junior, so Stylo could get in a counter push here.
Hydra trying to pick someone on the side there, but an Ingsuka comes out. That'll deter you from just about anything. There's the reset that they need. Stylo hopefully going to be able to start getting some points in the bars. That junior does have bubbler, so... Oh, and they're going to use it actually very aggressively. Instead of putting on the tower, they use it to run up here and get some splats. Unfortunately, Fizzy Bomb still makes a retreat like that very difficult. This is great awareness from the sloshing machine player.
Yeah, and Stylo is starting to go a couple players down now, but they are still pushing it a little bit. It seems that they're backing off now, but there is some very strange lag going on, if I'm seeing things correctly. But we do have Uprising probably on the counter push now with the big bubbler on tower again. I'm not sure if that was the play, since yet again they're not really being pressured too hard, besides from the E-leader, and at that point you can just stand behind the pole.
Yeah, this junior player is doing a really good job dancing around the tower. Unfortunately, finally getting pushed out. But yeah, no, that E-leader was just putting in work, but we're holding on for quite a while.
Yeah, Uprising goes 2 down with Stylo up 1 player, so they're probably going to start to get a counter push going in here. They haven't really gotten a successful push this game, not even to the first checkpoint, but they don't need a lot to break through. Since with their double shot comp, they will be playing very aggressively, especially tied with that big bubbler. They can make some very aggressive plays under the right conditions. They're just going to have to find a way to get in against that machine, which outranges pretty much every single weapon on their team besides the E-leader, which isn't going to be fighting them much. You have the big bubbler coming out from the junior and manages to use it to get the pick on the machine. The Trizuka comes out on the tower, but it doesn't manage to find a pick. Uprising is now 2 down, and Stylo is on the offensive, starting to break through that checkpoint. They're losing some players, but they're still managing to trade even. And it seems like they might get a lead now, unless they get pushed off the tower by the machine, which they did. And now Uprising seems to be pushing back in the mid.
Yeah, they got it a lot closer there. That was a really good push. They got everyone down. Unfortunately, they had to hold on just a little bit longer to get that lead. And That's not the momentum swing you want, unfortunately. When you lose that kind of momentum, it could be a little rough. But of course, no one's down yet. I say I'm probably about to curse and destroy someone's life, but this is like they're at least mid. Bubbler's been used, especially going down. Oh, unfortunately, 2 down on the side of Stylo. That's not what they're gonna want. But Uprising, they'll take it as they start moving towards the Hydra on a tower, man. There's something about that that's just it always sucks to fight.
I think it's because the Hydra is usually such an immobile weapon, but then once you put that on the tower, it starts to all of a sudden move very quickly. And so you have to get out of the way a lot faster than you would usually have to. You are pretty vulnerable on the tower, so it isn't an amazing play to do, but if you're fairly safe, it can catch people off guard. But it looks like 2 people go down on both sides. 3 down on Uprising sides with Stylo's respawns coming in. This is going to be pretty big for them.
And
Uprising didn't really get a push last time. And so Stylo's really close to the lead, and it seems like they're going to get it, but they might not get it by much. They only have the Junior left to defend this. They get past the checkpoint barely, with 3 up on their side still. And they can push through this even more and potentially even go for the KO if they play this right. And Uprising does continue to fall. The big bubbler comes on tower, which is going to get them this checkpoint for free. And they wipe Uprising yet again, which is probably going to give them the KO right here.
That redeploy, that super jump got them the match. Like they were like it was just a Junior player left, and then all of a sudden the gang's all here, and everyone just pushed it in. That was wow. What a way to take that back. Stylo looking good.
That's the real power of Big Bubbler. Once you get in there and you put the Big Bubbler down, even if your entire team is down, now they have a super jump spot that is guaranteed to be safe to jump to.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like unless you can get inside that bubble, you have to break it so quick to stop like any kind of room. And if you mess up that push or you don't get in fast enough, or you don't have something like a brush that can like sneak in there and like destroy everyone inside very quickly, it's hard. And even then it's difficult with like a brush or a roller to just instantly stop everyone inside there. Great stuff. I mean, Stylo, it was looking a little rough. They were losing fights left and right. They were getting picked. It felt like they didn't like really get their their game plan together, but oh man, that end push was by the books perfect.
Yeah, it took them a while to find their footing, but they managed to kind of find out what they had to do against Uprising to kind of exploit their comp's weaknesses and then just really get in there. And next up, we're going to be seeing Scorched Zones, which is a fairly strange map. The zone is absolutely massive here, which definitely changes up the way you want to play. You can't really go for paint on the zone if you want to neutralize it or cap it. You really have to push through it and get those kills, and then go back to paint the zone. Because if anybody is painting the zone, they can kind of just hold you off since it's so big that you have to paint. You have to paint a lot to cap that zone, even to neutralize it. So the mode is even more swing heavy than usual.
Yeah, it's the turf war map for any of you who don't know. So like that mid is like, it's hard to like approach, right? You only have like that one way up to mid tower if you don't just swim up to it yourself. If there's like a one-on-one happening there, they can play Ring Around the Rosie forever until everyone comes back. It's a very strange spot on this map. So I'm really interesting. It'll be really interesting how it plays out because I only saw this at like the start of launch, like in a tournament, to like see how players would play on it. So I'm curious now that we're a month in how players are going to play it. More than a month, excuse me.
Yeah, it's definitely, you really want to go for the lockouts here because you can't fight a paint battle just because it's so big. So you really need to just have control of mid and then go way in front of the zone and try and initiate like a lockout. Some would call it a spawn camp, but it's not quite that bad. And spawn camping is a lot harder in this game, especially because of the new respawn mechanic. There isn't really a spawn to camp, because someone can just jump down on you and then get an instant one-shot dunk kill on you if they're something short range.
Yeah, if there's and especially with the map designs, like some of these stages have like really far platforms that you can't quite get onto. So like someone could just go like far right and be like, okay, bye, like I'm in a flank, and you have to move to go get them. So.
And it appears that this team is finding a sub right now. One of the teams, just due to some lag issues, which we did notice in the stream a decent amount, there was some definitely very strange kind of interactions happening there that you wouldn't usually see. just because of the lag. And so I think they are finding a sub. So there might be a small delay, but I guess that gives us more time to talk about the map and maybe the upcoming maps as well. Because we are seeing some fairly strange maps, and I think a part of that is because the map pool is being a little stretched right now, just because Rainmaker is currently not functional. Nintendo somehow managed to break it with the most recent patch, and so it's sometimes just, you get the checkpoint and it puts you at 1. I don't know how they didn't notice that.
I didn't know that. Oh my.
Yeah, no. They originally, what I think happened is they intended to make it so when you're in the middle of dunking Rainmaker and you die, then it brings you down to 1 point when you are like dunking the end goal. And what I think happened is they just coded it to where if you die while you are dunking, set the score to 1, and then forgot that checkpoints exist. And so I think what happens is if you die while dunking on a checkpoint, it brings your score to 1. It's something similar. It's something to do with the checkpoint dunking the Rainmaker. It doesn't work. I don't know how they screwed up that badly, but
I'm amazed. See, I hope it's something goofy like if you're aiming, if you're looking at the last checkpoint, the game gives you it, or something crazy like that. That's what I want to hear. I want to find out it's something nuts like that.
Yeah, and it's so bad that Nintendo has completely taken Rainmaker out of Anarchy rotations. Which is just really funny to me. It's very tempting to complain like, man, this game is so unfinished, it's so jank, I hate this. But I honestly, I'm here for the lag, I'm here for the glitches, I'm here for the stupid jank stuff, because I know it's going to be gone in like 6 months. There's not going to be much jank at all in the game. And so I want to appreciate it while it's still here.
Right. One of my favorite glitches we use in the speedrun of Splatoon 1 is I think it's on Third World. You play on Keltdome, and one of the things you do is you grab the Inkzuka and you fire it at the Zapfish shell to break it, and then Octoling super jumps in to fight you, but that Octoling clips through the Zapfish, and because they were coded as squids in the original game, it clears the level for you. It is the coolest thing in the world because the speedrunner will just shoot the Zapfish and you're like, what's happening? And then you hear like the clap and like the squid pop off and the song plays and you're like, what? What did they do? It's such a good, oh my god. I remember when Tones Ballones first showed me it on my stream, like I was just sitting there in awe, like, what did I do? He's like, yeah, just shoot it. I'm like, okay.
That is incredible. That is amazing. I love just glitches like that, where it's something so obvious that the programmers just forgot, and it's really funny. That's one of my favorite kind of glitch, where it's just so weird and stupid, but it makes sense.
Super Monkey Ball had in the original GameCube release, and I believe Monkey Ball 2 as well. I'm not actually, no, they might have patched it Monkey Ball 2, but I know Monkey Ball 1, if you go in through the last frame, which you can pause buffer, and at the checkpoint, you will clear the level and lose a life, and then you will restart the level, but it'll do an overflow, and it'll say it's the last level of the stage, or the second to last level, and then you clear the level the normal way, right? And so for Monkey Ball, expert, it's like, yeah, just go forward into the goal, right? And then you're suddenly on the last level, and that one also gets me. It's very cool. That's why the any % run for Monkey Ball is a bit of a meme, because we just talk about exits now because of the any % glitch. It's another good one.
Yeah, speedrunners are definitely probably the best people at finding glitches like this. There've also been some really weird glitches found by other people. I know that there's this one person that found like so many out of bounds glitches. I saw this video where you could get all the way to the like background of museum just by like clipping through the wall and doing a series of frame perfect jumps to go past like the kill zone, and then for some reason the out of bounds area has a hitbox out there, which is like, why? I mean, I get that they added hitboxes for a lot of places because Zipcaster exists, and so you'll just have random geometry that you wouldn't expect to have a hitbox that just has a hitbox. But like that is completely inaccessible even by Zipcaster. It is completely out of the map. Why did they put a hitbox there? Why can't you stand on that?
I assume like they attached like physics geometry to certain models in the game, like just by default, right? So that they didn't have to like go back through and hand tailor what could actually be walked on and just remove a few that they don't want people walking on. And thus like they're like, yeah, no one's gonna get back here. And then we get back there and they're like, oh my god, someone got back there.
Yep. I'd like to think that they just put it in there intentionally. They think like, I wonder if someone will find an out of bounds glitch here. We should just put some geometry here, so if they do manage to get out of bounds, just let them have it.
They can jump around. Well, in one of the interviews for Splatoon 2, when they were talking, they were showing off the dualies for the first time and like the rails. They were talking about how they watch the speedrunners for Splatoon 1, and they are like, they expect that people are going to go fast in Splatoon 2 as well, and so like they think about those things. So like there's a very real chance that like one of the programmers just like, yeah, I'll make this real. Like, just in case they ever get out here, I'll let them explore. Like, that's cool because, like, you know, they're nerds too. They're gamers. Like, they of course, they probably enjoy it too. So, you know, I wouldn't be too shocked.
I think my favorite glitch that's ever been in Splatoon, though, and the craziest one is the training room glitch, where you can clip out of the training room.
What?
Did you never do the training room glitch? You can do it. You can do it like a series of 3 or 4 inkjet cancels where you just swap your main weapon while doing inkjet, and you can get into the upper rafters of the training room. Like if you look up and there's all the pipes on the ceiling, those all have hitboxes, and you can stand on them.
Ooh, okay.
And you can do the glitch so hard that you literally completely clip out of a building, and it's one of my favorite things.
Oh, sorry.
It does look like they did manage to find another sub, or just the same player joined again because they couldn't find one. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we are headed into the next match very soon of Scorched Gorge zones. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out. It's definitely a strange map for them to try and play on. What do you think?
I'm not sure.
I know that Stylo has used Platana Snapper in the past. We'll have to see if they pick it for this map, specifically for the weird grading thing you can do with the zip caster. Which is one of my favorite things they put in this game. It's such a small detail, but I just remember on the day of the first test fire, seeing everybody just discovering you can go up here because you can just go in that little cage, and it's very fun.
Yeah, it's I think that's goes what we were talking about, like attention to detail. Like they know Zipcaster players are going to want to go anywhere they can see, and so creating areas that they can go to or fun places. I mean, it's nice that you can go underneath Hammerhead Bridge, right? Like that's a cool feature as well. Like,
yeah,
you can just kind of drop off like before you hit the kill zone. Like you just sort of fly your way underneath the bridge, go for the nastiest flank you ever seen.
Yeah, but it does look like we're finally heading into this. Apologies for the delays, but we're headed to the next game. Looks like we aren't seeing a Splatana Stamper this time, which is a bit of a disappointment, for me at least, but we are seeing a 96 gal and a heavy on one side. That is going to be very interesting. We're going to have to see how that heavy deals with the E later there, since it is known to be a very terrible matchup for heavy. So we'll have to see how they play around it. I still think they can work if they play smart. Yeah, definitely the strange way that mid is helps. We have a wave breaker going out on mid as well, just trying to push them out of the zone here. Yeah.
Oh, can the C leader find it? Yes, they do find that pick. I was gonna say they were holding that onto that for a while. I'm shocked that nobody saw them, or maybe they didn't care. Of course, trying to get the zone. Look at how big this zone is, chat. This is what we're talking about. Look, like they just got the zone back finally after taking out players. It's rough out here.
Yep, it very much is. Uprising goes 2 down, the 96 and Splash falling. And Stylo manages to recap the zone, which is a miracle. And we have an Ink Zuka going out, trying to find more picks, trying to put Uprising in even worse of a position, because that's what they need. They have to get picks on Uprising right now, pretty much, or else they're going to be able to push back into the zone and contest it. Since there really isn't much of an easy way to push up into that flat, they need to get kills or something to try and lock them out from there.
Yeah, it's hard to get up. It's hard to get down. Like you can cover everything here. It makes it a very fighty map. But on on something like Turf War, you can the rest of the map actually matters in terms of paint. But right now, all that matters is this zone, and yeah, it can turn to these stalemates of these incredible fights. That's why I think the sloshing machine is probably perfect for this map. A lot of the sloshes are just you can fight that high ground pretty well. You can force people back. It lets you play this mid a little bit easier if you're not a charger or a splatling.
Yeah, and Stylo is right now trying to recover from a 3-down situation. And they have lost the lead because of it, but they do have specials going out, with Uprising going down with the Heavy. The Heavy going down means that Uprising could potentially wipe here, which would be disastrous for them and amazing for Stylo. But the Heavy does manage to get back out of spawn, and the Inkvac comes in. The team play with the machine, taking out the splatter shot on Stylo's side, and they managed to keep their zone hold going for a little bit longer, getting them below 30 fully, activating Last Ditch for anyone on Stylo's team. And they are gonna use that. They're gonna get Uprising 2 down, and they managed to push back into the zone and get the cap finally. Back down to Uprising is down to 17, and so Stylo really needs to do something to try and hold this. They can't just try to hold this from mid. I think they really have to try and push into that flat and try and get those picks. But currently they're just throwing bombs there. They do have a lot of special charge though, so
LDE will let you just kind of go, hey, you know what? I want a bomb camp. Like, all right, let's see if it works. This is a great place for the E-leader. Getting shot off though, not allowed to play there. Deals with an Inksucar, which is what I think was shooting at us. There goes the vac. No kills there either. Yeah, this is what makes this map hard, right? You're kind of stuck here, but if you can keep them stuck on that ledge, they don't get off it very easily.
And I think this is game. I don't know if Uprising can paint the zone. They're gonna have to try really hard. The zone is halfway painted. They're going to have to neutralize within the next couple of seconds. It's just the machine left to fight this against the E-leader and the Junior. The Junior is just going to paint that zone because they know that machine cannot fight that, and they cannot paint over it. This is going to secure game 2 for Stylo, I believe, unless I have just completely read it wrong. Nope, that is game 2 for Stylo.
Yeah, I made that mistake. Don't worry about it. That was so smart too. It was just a sloshing machine player, and it's like, hey, wait, we can outpaint this player. Let's just take the zone back. What are they gonna do? Splat us? Like, and that's awful. Like, it's such a terrible situation to be in. But Stylo, twice now recovering from a bit of a detriment and taking complete control of a map. This is some absolutely solid play, and I think they handle that well. That's a challenging map. I think if you want to see how good a team is, watching that map, I think, will show me. I don't know if it's the most fun map for the players, but as a caster, I find the difficulty and the challenge of that map really shows me just how good a team is at breaking and entering a zone. So
And next up, we're seeing yet another kind of tricky map, Clam Blitz Wahoo World. This is a very controversial map. The competitive community seems to be fairly split on whether or not this map is very good or very bad, or at least they used to be fairly split on it. I'm not sure what the situation is now. I remember when Wahoo originally launched, some people thought it was the best map that had ever been added into Splatoon, and some people thought it was the worst map that had ever been added to Splatoon. I guess Nintendo thought it was pretty good since they added it in alongside other flagship maps like Sturgeon Shipyard and Mako Mart. So I guess they're really confident that Wahoo World is a good map, but a lot of the competitive community would disagree. Because that bridge opening and closing can really slow down your pushes, so you really have to time it right. It is not trivial to get a push down in a mid.
I like the map in terms of aesthetics, because like the idea of like Splatoon happening at a theme park or something sounds so cool to me, and it looks awesome. But like there's some modes here that just I hate. It sucks. It feels like you can get so stuck on like 1/3 of the map, right? You're either in mid, or you're stuck on the enemy side, or you're stuck on your side of the map, and it's definitely a controversial map. I want to interview all the top players and just get like a final consensus of how they feel about this map.
Yeah. I think all they really need to do is add in another entrance into mid, or make getting into mid a little easier when that bridge is down, and the gimmick is fine. If you make the bridge not the main entrance, but sort of this extra bonus thing, then the map works. But we are headed into the next game. We're seeing Heavy again, similar comps from both sides, except we see a Charger on Stylo's side, instead of the E-leader, just a regular Charger, with Respawn Punisher too. So their picks are going to be very threatening. We see both teams currently just kind of trying to get control of mid. Nobody is actually in mid. Everyone actually seems to be kind of just going around mid, not really going for the clams up there. But there are a lot of clams to be had in mid, so it is very valuable to get in there. We see Crab Tank coming out and getting a pick on the Charger, which is going to be pretty big for Stylo's, for Uprising, I mean.
Yeah, and they're actually able to get away with it too. They get all the clams. They're still gathering clams right now. The whole team's together. This is big. This is the Wahoo World push. Like, this is what you want. Oh, man. Good awareness to get away from that splat bomb. That was quick. I would have died. And oh, wait, they popped it. You know, something, my brain didn't realize that that's where the basket was. I don't know where I thought it was, but that's it. That's points on the board, which is sometimes the best kind of pressure. Oh, they're still going. They made a few more in.
Yeah, that's pretty upsetting. The music stopped for a second too, even. That's always a clutch moment when you get that clam in. But it still isn't that big of a push. Only down to 68. You only need 2 power clams to beat that push. So it's not going to be very easy to hold. So Uprising really has to push again if they want to find themselves in a comfortable position to really go for a hold. But Stylo currently does have those 2 balls that they need to get the lead. But they have gone 1 down, and so we're going to have to see if they can make this work and get some picks out. The Crab Tank does go down. The Inkback may get another pick here. It doesn't, but the Crab Tank on Stylo's side also goes out. But the Charger goes down, and so it doesn't look like that this is going to work. They go 2 down again. If they're not careful here, they can wipe. Their Charger's dead. They don't have anyone securing them. It's just the Junior trying to stay alive in that big bubbler, which was very good for them, preventing a team wipe, holding that little bit of control. But Uprising, it gets a push down yet again. 44 points on the board. This is a much more comfortable lead for them. They're going to be able to hold that a little bit better now.
Oh, well, I was going to say, Barry's going up. They're not going to get any more off that. Man, that was really unfortunate, too. Uprising just said, okay, yeah, we'll go one more time. No problems with that. And also, something to note for anyone who is new to Tournament Splatoon or Ranked Splatoon, when you have a power clam, you have a big dumb icon on your face. So everyone knows where you are. So sometimes you can have like a really nice setup, but then, 2 of your players are all known for, and now it's a little bit harder to push in. They all know when you're coming in and how you're coming in. And, oh.
It looked like Uprising tried to go for a climb ball jump, but the splash got caught out by the Junior. They saw them, threw a splat bomb in their face, and they end up getting called out and going down. So now Uprising just has a ball, and they're not sure what to do with it. But they do have a very strong lead right now, so they don't really have much pressure to try and score more points here. They really just have to focus on defense, unless they just keep getting more picks. The Machine goes down on Stylo's side, the Junior goes down. They're up 4-2. It looks like the Splash is gonna try to flank around into Stylo's almost spawn area, try and get some more picks. And we have some clams going to the basket. We just need 1 more to finish the game. It might end right here. Stylo really has to defend this super hard, but the Junior manages to sneak in a clam, ending the game right there.
Wow. That was really impressive from Uprising. They didn't give Stylo any quarter. They just took the map, and they scored again and again. This is a hard map, I think. And if you're not practiced here, if you're not like ready for it, it can be pretty brutally difficult to secure an opening. It's not like, it's a very defendable point in terms of if you have map control, it's very hard to like sneak in there and get a point, or like throw a power clam and just like, get something started. I know on what is it, Academy, it's a little bit easier to like to make a play like that, but not so much there. But great stuff from Uprising, staying on the board, staying alive, of course. 1-2.
Yep. We have definitely been seeing some strange maps in this set, and I guess that's what happens when an entire 4th of your map mode combinations are just Thanos snapped because Nintendo removed Rainmaker from the game.
Uh-huh.
I guess they took all of the jank that was stored inside of Ultra Stamp and released it, and it ended up just destroying Rainmaker in the process. And so I think next patch, when they add Rainmaker back into the game, they're gonna have to make Stamp jank again. I think that's
can't wait
the price we have to pay.
No, I think what we got to do, if we remove Ultra Stamp from the game, hear me out, okay? Get rid of Ultra Stamp, and in its place, the Rainmaker cannon. But then you might be thinking, what happens to Rainmaker? It's called Ultra Stamp Maker now.
Just swap them around.
You gotta make laps. You gotta break into the enemy base like 3 times to win.
Instead of the Rainmaker, you just get an Ultra Stamp. That'd be really funny to see the Ultra Stamp icon up at the top as your main weapon, as Rainmaker does.
Yeah. Also, I would be horrified if I was in the middle of fighting a Splatana and they pulled out the Rainmaker cannon. All of a sudden, I would be horrified.
But it does look like we are about to move into Museum Zones, which is a more standard map. It's definitely a very... It's a Splatoon 1 map, pretty much the only one that they added to this game that they didn't completely neuter, which is a little unfortunate, but it is kind of the only Splatoon 1 map mode that is currently in here. Aside from... No, all the other modes have really gotten changes. Splatoon hasn't been changed much from Splatoon 1.
It's pretty similar. Yeah, I don't think there's a single change. I think you're right. Yeah, it's just welcome to Splatoon 1.
It looks like we do have a heavy splatling again on the side of Uprising. It really worked out in their favor last time. We're gonna have to see if it works again for them, especially against this E-Leader, which is an even trickier matchup for Heavy.
Yeah, this is a harder map for that too, right? Like, cause on Scorch Gorge, I'm like, okay, right, there's the mid that'll protect you. You can like play around that or something. But like here, I'm a little like, oh, you're like that exactly. E-Leader just takes out the heavy splat.
Yeah.
That's what worries me about this map.
And having your anchor go down first is really not good for you because it means that there's no one backing you up, and that your team can keep pushing. But if something goes wrong, in which it will go wrong, then you can and probably will wipe. So it's not very easy. And it looks like the Heavy got picked up again somehow while we were talking. So the E-Leader is definitely being very dominant here, getting another pick here, just completely keeping Uprising in their spawn, just denying them pretty much any control of plat. Uprising really has to do something to move that E-Leader, else they just cannot leave their plat.
This E-Leader, if they weren't so damn good at getting these picks, I would have told you we commentators cursed this poor Splatling player. I think we did. Actually, I take it back. Now that I've delivered the meanest commentary curse of my life, insane stuff though, and there's the white Uprising. Yeah. That's a very big opening for them, though. They needed that. Hopefully, that'll let the Splatling players set up, and maybe that's the kind of momentum they need to get started. I feel terrible for that commentator's curse.
Yeah, that E-Leader is gonna have a bit of a harder time getting set up now. And they're definitely going to be a little bit less dominant, so the Heavy is going to have a little bit more control. What is this person doing, sticking on the wall, trying to get that shark?
This is
the weirdest play I've seen so far in this game. What are they doing here? This is like a Splatoon 2 trailer moment. They're still there. No one knows they're there, and they managed to get a pick, maybe even two. The Wavebreaker just get them out, but they get 2 picks there off of that random play, and getting the lead for Uprising.
I can't believe it. It's a Spider-Man play. Like that's the second Spider-Man instance you can get in this game. I can't believe it. That was tomfoolery, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Play.
I think if you're a Ghoulies player, like you can like dodge roll off the wall, like squid jump, dodge roll, and like go for some crazy mix-up or movement. Yeah. But like no, it's just a
Uprising might help the zone here. Stylo goes 3 down. It looks like this is going to be a game for Uprising unless the Junior can pull out a miracle. But it looks like the game is going to end right now. That was definitely very strange. And the winning play that might have been the big brain sharking on a random wall that the enemy can't see. That has got to be the weirdest play I've ever seen.
And the thing is, it's loud, right? Like, if you're Ninja Squid and, like, you're, like, hovering, okay, fine, right? Like, you're invisible. But, like, no, they're, like, vibrating. There's ink going everywhere. Like, is anyone got on that side of the wall and had even a decent amount of FOV available to them, they would have been like, oh, what? Why? Like, right? And then they have to deal with the fact that the Squid Surge would have some armor on it and whatnot, right? But, like, but it worked. It didn't just work. I think it helped win the match. Like, I think that play definitively won that match. We have a second Spider-Man call out in this game. I can't believe this.
And I don't think that was even a Squid Surge, because the Squid Surge does make a very loud noise. You're very exposed. I think they just stuck to the wall normally, Splatoon 2 style, and it really worked out in their favor there. It reminds me of that moment from the Splatoon 2 trailer where the splatter shot just goes behind that wall on the roof.
You're right!
And then the enemy goes past them, and they drop down behind them. That's always been a Splatoon 2 trailer moment for me in Splatoon 2, and I can't believe we got a Splatoon 2 trailer moment in Splatoon 3. But we are heading to Game 5, Uprising taking 2 surprising leads in some surprising KO matches after getting frankly shown up by Stylo. So we're gonna have to see if they could pull out a third one in a row for a reverse sweep, or if Stylo is going to hold strong and come back with the last-minute clutches they've been doing in their games. In the first 2 games that they won, both of them were fairly last-minute clutches.
Yeah, this is gonna be. I hope it's a slugfest. I hope this is an absolute brawl for it, because it's not like these matches. Like, there was one really definitive win, I think, from each team, but like this is going to be like I don't know. This is sort of a classic map and mode, like you said. I think a lot of returning players know this. I hope it's a slugfest. I want to see some players go down. And I want to see that Splatling thrive after I ruined their career. I think Splatling has a really nice place in this game, and I love to see just how often I'm seeing it right now. So hopefully I get a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I think Splatling is currently just pretty bullied by Chargers. So we're gonna have to see how this goes out. And if Chargers do get toned down, which they might get toned down next season, we're gonna have to see if Splatlings have their time to shine finally, since they've never really had a place in Splatoon's meta at the top. They've always been like pretty much outclassed by other backlines, so it would be nice to see Heavy Splatling have kind of a nice comfortable spot being dominant in the meta. But we do have both teams going for a fairly stalemate beginning, both of them just taking their respective sides of mid. A Wavebreaker coming out might catch out that splatter shot sharking on the other side, and they do retreat. The Crab Tank comes out on the E-Leader, but they manage to back up, just dealing some chip damage to the remaining 3 players. No picks from that, but they did force everyone out of there.
What was really interesting about that Crab Tank play was they kind of did it perfectly to avoid that charger, and they did so perfectly, and look at how that opened up the map for them. It wasn't big, they didn't get a lot of picks, but look at this, checkpoint down 80 points. Hey, I won't say no to that.
And it just keeps going. Stylo does go 1 down, but then Uprising actually managed to they actually go 3 down, which is pretty unfortunate. So Stylo now has their time to shine.
Please don't die to that Fizzy Bomb, thank you.
Right,
Okay, finding picks, that's 2 down. Okay, this is looking good. Inkzuka coming out, trying to get another pick. They see 2 targets left, that's their last shot. No picks, but they do push them, and they're at checkpoint. They might be able to get a lead here.
Yeah,
it looks like they will.
A decent chunk of those aggressive specials is just pushing people back. That's what we saw with the Crab Tank. That's what we saw with the Inkzuka. They're not really using them to get picks, but just using them to kind of move the enemy players. Since the smart player, when they hear that Inkzuka noise, they will back up and they will get out of your line of sight. And even more so, since you can hit them behind walls sometimes.
Oh, in fact, too, speaking of,
yeah.
Also just lets you push all the way up. Look at where they got to with that. It was Inkvac versus Inkvac, but the second one got called a little late. The first one didn't get anything done, unfortunately. Well, that's a ton of specials.
It keeps going. They broke through the second checkpoint as well, and they're continuing to push. It's getting a little bit scrappy at this point. They are 2 down, but they're trying to make it work. It doesn't end up happening, but the Charger is now in a spot to defend mid. So we're going to have to see if they manage to hold that, or if they get caught out by playing too far forwards, which could happen pretty easily when the enemy team is so far back and you don't notice them coming until it is too late and they're in your face. So Uprising, some specials are coming out from Uprising too. Yet again, no picks really happening, but they are managing to get that control for the tower and get control ahead of the tower, which is going to be pretty big for Uprising. They do manage to get to the checkpoint, but not break through it yet. Stylo goes 2 down, maybe even 3 down here, leaving just the Charger. But no, the Junior manages to stay alive, and the Heavy goes down, leaving Uprising in a 2 down position with the lead still not secured. That's not very good for them.
Well, 52 got away safely from that super jump, and they do have a bit of a mid position right now, and the Booyah Bomb's going to come out. That'll actually help start securing them if they want to make another push, not let Stylo get anything off of that wipe, which is good. Which is what you need, of course, if you want to make a comeback like that. Oh no, there goes 1 down immediately. Uprising looking good right now. Slosh Machine can use this wonderful ink rail. Oh, good job of joining that E-Leader. I would have gotten splat. I would have died.
Yeah, we see them pushing into plat 2 of them, or not plat bats. And we see the Crab Tank going out in bats too, barely covered by the UI at the top of the screen, but it does look like it goes down, leaving Uprising and Stylo fighting in a 2v2, but Uprising does have the spawns in first, and so if they get jumps in, they might be able to come back here with the man advantage before Stylo can get out of their spawn. And they do manage to get a pick on Stylo, leaving them in a 1-up situation, so they can push in even further. The Splash gets the trade, the Heavy goes down, the 96 goes down. It's just the Machine left with a Booyah Bomb and the entire enemy team swarming on them.
Wait, they get it!
They do manage to get a pick, and they might even survive here, maybe even get a jump or two for their team. They get another pick on the 52, and it looks like it's still going on a rampage over here. Maybe even getting 3 kills, leaving them with some more momentum. It's just the moment they need it. There's only 40 seconds left in the game, and it looks like they might break through this checkpoint and get the lead. This is very bad for Stylo. The charger goes down. Uprising gets the lead. It's just the splatter shot going in. They don't have much time to go for a counter push here, and Uprising is still pushing the tower. They need to come up with something.
That slashing machine is up all the way right now.
Yeah.
They finally went down. That player went on a tear. And just to get that one defendable position, like, hey, I'm on your spawn, but I have the high ground, is one of the worst situations to find yourself in, and it was all because of that defensive Booyah Bomb. With 9 seconds left on the clock, Stylo has to have the best push and layering of specials of their career, and it's got to happen right now. Let's see if Uprising can stop it, or if Stylo can hold on. This is going to be hard. Bubblers used.
They're burning all of their specials. Uprising is surrounding tower in mid. It's a scramble to just touch tower, and Stylo loses it, leaving Uprising up with the reverse sweep. That was pretty crazy. Stylo almost managed to get that there. They just needed one more game, but Uprising turned that around, rose up, and really just took that clutch and truly earning themselves the reverse sweep. That was pretty impressive.
It was all that Booyah Bomb. And I can't state it enough, and I would love to go back for the replay at some point. That single Booyah Bomb from the sloshing machine player that said, I'm going to throw this at my feet, and all 3 players trying to close in this pick so they can just move the tower and get on with their day, had to split in 3 different directions, giving up the high ground of their own base to a respawning teammate, and a fresh sloshing player with full health won the Inkwall fight, and then proceeds to just go on a tear. And they got pick after pick after pick. They got the redeploys in. The whole team was there. I mean, talk about a perfect play. Talk about literally clutching it out. That was everything. My goodness, what a set that was. In chat, if you don't mind, we need to go on a quick break after that one, organized for the next round. Thank you guys so much, of course, for tuning in, but stay tuned because we got lots more to go today. We'll see you soon.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 186. I'm Asek, joined here by 45, and we just got off from a very intense set. Uprising with a reverse sweep. Coming into this bracket, we're gonna have to see how they do here against a team that we haven't seen on stream yet here, Ozone, unless you saw them way earlier on the stream. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, again, I'm still new to a lot of the players, of course, but after seeing Uprising reverse 3-0 there and reverse sweep and do such a phenomenal job of that, right? And some of the clutchest plays I've seen in a minute, I'm excited for this, right? Like, I don't know who Ozone is, and I hope they blow my mind as well, but just knowing the quality that Uprising has, I feel like there's no way this could be a bad set. Although I've commentators cursed enough things today, I will stop talking. However, I love me some Mincemeat Metalworks. I don't know why I like Splat Zones here. Everyone I know hates this place, but I like, there's something about this mid that is just volatile and cruel, and it's really hard to like get around sometimes, and I really enjoy it. How about you?
I know that Mincemeat Metalworks is very controversial. I know that Sendu himself has said that Mincemeat Metalworks is the worst map mode combination in Splatoon 3, period. I'm really not sure why. It doesn't seem that bad, but you said you like Splatlings, right? Are you a Splatling player?
No, maybe back in Splatoon 1. I'm a fan.
Okay, I was gonna say, so that's why you like Mincemeat.
No, I played Tri-Stringer and Dualies.
We have Uprising with the Hydra Splatling, something that they haven't pulled out. They were using the Heavy Splatling in last set. And we have Ozone here with a quad frontline, double machine comp here. The Flings is really the only one with actual range. And so they're pretty much just going to be paint botting here, even with the recent missile nerf and the recent machine nerf. Just some slight slaps on the wrist. So we're going to see how they do with the new nerf that dropped literally like today or tomorrow. Yesterday.
Tomorrow, let's go.
But we have Uprising with a fairly early take on the zone. The Flinks are going down. That's pretty bad for them. That's really the only person who has any hope of anchoring. If Ozone doesn't play this carefully, they could get wiped here. But if I'm not mistaken, the machine did jump out, so that's going to be fairly good for them. But also not, because it means that they gave up control of plat, meaning Uprising is going to hold that plat fairly easily here.
This is such a rude place to be, because again, it can be hard to break into this zone, but I'm just gonna take my words back. They broke into the zone immediately. they literally just slammed their faces through it. One player goes down, of course, and there's a Booyah Bomb, and so that's why, like, even with nerfs and everything going on here, Booyah Bomb just destroys the zone, because you can just throw it.
They go 3 down again. This is swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Uprising back on the offensive. Ozone has to find a way in. They're probably going to go for that missile, go for that Booyah, try and force zone again, see if they can get some picks off as well. The missiles would come in very handy for them right now, but the machine does go down. The missiles and Bridge Bubbler are ready, but just a few seconds too late. Those 10 points for special really will bite you in the butt. The machines are just now respawning, which means they have time to pop the missiles and get a pushback in. But they don't have much time to get control of the zone. The missiles go out, the Booyah goes out, the Junior has the big bubbler ready, the Flanger goes down, the zone is neutralized, and they do manage to cap the zone, but going 2 down, I don't think it's going to last long. The Booyah Bomb comes out, leaving just the machine left in that corner. They are likely going to go down unless they can pull something off, but they don't, leaving Ozone back on the defensive. This is not very good for them. That can't happen again for them. They don't have much time to waste here. They really have to get back into that zone.
60, I mean, they got 60 penalty points. That does give them at least one more attempt. But here come the missiles, and I don't know who they were for. And there's another Ozone player. Like, you're right, this is terrible. Like, if you get pushed back this far, it could be so hard to move here. And I'm not sure they have the range to really contest some of this pressure.
The Booyah goes out. The zone is neutralized, but I'm not sure it's going to be done. They get the zone, and they have to push through this time. If they mess up here, then they might not have another chance to push back in. They go 1 down. The brush goes down, leaving just the Flingza and the 2 machines to fight this against the Hydra and the machine and Splash. And it seems that both teams are just going to play it safe, wait for respawns. Uprising gets the paint over the zone, but the Booyahs are coming out from both sides. We have double Booyah on both sides, so we're seeing 4 Booyahs in a row here.
This is Dragon Ball Z right now. It's literally Dragon Ball Z. It's nothing but it's spirit bombs, and there's just everyone's firing energy everywhere. Like the ink is just Kamehameha energy. Like that's all that's happening right now.
I can definitely see what Sendo meant by this map being not very healthy for the game. It seems that all you can really do here to cap the zone and break through is get special. Which, speaking of, Ozone needs to build fast. They only have a 10 missiles here, and they have about 10 seconds before the zone is too late to cap.
Think they can stop it at
missiles
one?
go out. Another Bria goes out. The Junior holds the big bubbler yet again. They just have to get on that zone, place it down. But the Junior goes down. Uprising is trying to hold the zone here for their lives, and they do manage to hold it. And
they were
get
so
that
close.
First game.
I said, do you think they can hold it on one? And they lost by like that one. Like if that Booyah Bomb got charged like a little faster, or like whatever needed to happen there to go send it out a little quicker. Oh my goodness, they might have actually stopped it. You're right. This map is toxic. I still like it, but
I think they really underestimated the power of that 10 points for special nerf on 3 of their weapons there. All of their specials came out just a couple of seconds too late. If they had just used their specials a little sooner, they maybe would have gotten a chance to push back into the zone before getting picked off. But that 10 points for special nerf, it doesn't seem like much, but it will impact you, and it will lose you games.
Yeah, you don't think about it, right? Like you don't realize how much 10 points of painting is until like, you know, you've already gotten your first special, because the first one's free. The first special's free, right? Like the map's clear, just walk it in, get your special, whatever. But then you're in the middle of a real match, and you need 10 more points of enemy ink, and you have an advantage, or you don't have an advantage, and you're not the weapon that can really contest some of the things on the front line, and all of a sudden it's taken 10, 15 seconds, you finally got a place to use your special with your team ready, and it's like, you lose time, and you lose it faster than you think.
Yeah, especially because a lot of people say 10 points for special isn't that much, because they're thinking of that start of the game where the special is free, and you get the special maybe 1 second later with a 10 point for special nerf. But when you're actually in a game, there's so many times where you just need that little extra more for special, and you just cannot get it. And the special ends up coming out late because of it. Like by 5 seconds, 10 seconds. If you really cannot find paint, then that 10 points can be a surprising amount, especially if you don't have much painting range.
I'm sure someone is going to take that and be like, that means I should paint the base during Turf War, and I will scream if that happens again after this match. If I go play Splatoon today and that's the first thing I experience, I will lose it. But I'm curious where we're going next, of course. There's counterpicking available right now, of course, so I'm curious as to where they're going to send it, but Uprising sitting pretty good there. I mean, after their last set, they're probably on fire to some degree, and they played incredibly aggressive. They played nice and up front. They got picks left and right. There was a really nasty fizzy bomb, or maybe it was just a splat bomb kill right at the end there, just onto the spawn platform. I was like, that's rude. But they did a really, really good job of holding it down, and I'm curious how Ozone's going to clap back.
Yeah, I think Ozone is going to have to reconsider their comp. Running Flings and double machine, which is what we've seen last patch, but the 10 points for special nerf and the fizzy nerf kind of came back to bite them in the butt, so they might end up switching off if they're feeling that confident about it. Using weapons on your team, all of which got nerfed decently hard. Pretty much the only things that got nerfed in the patch, besides Rainmaker, of course. We're gonna have to see what happens here.
I was gonna say also, I was talking about Splatlings again, my fascination of the weapon, but Splatling, right? They had range, and that's something you don't consider. But when your team can, is all a bunch of mid close weapons, and then somebody brings the Hydra, right? If you don't have a charger on your team or something like that, that is a horrifying amount of range and pressure to have on your team. And that can be so difficult to contest, so I wouldn't be shocked if that was a major factor. So yeah. We're going to make Omar tower control. This is again a classic. Y'all know this map and mode. I think we'll see a comp change here. I don't think you'd want to run the same comp you just saw on something like TC.
Yeah.
Mako.
I don't think this map mode is quite as iconic as Make Omar Rainmaker, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that today because the mode is not working right now.
Yeah, thanks.
So definitely very strange. This is a Rainmaker-less tournament now, so we're gonna have to see if that changes things up. Some teams may prefer to fight on Rainmaker in their counterpicks, and with it being, if I'm not mistaken, banned from the map pool, then it's gonna be kind of strange to see. Because they have to adapt around that. They can't play their preferred mode. They have to kind of switch up the way they play. Especially with the new patch coming out, it might lead to something unexpected. Like that. I don't think they were expecting for those specials to come out quite that slow. Especially since their missiles were the only thing they really had against that Hydra. And they just didn't come out quite fast enough, and they didn't move the Hydra away in time.
I'm going to cherish 4 Booyah Bombs for the rest of my life, though. That was actually DBC.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I got to see it. In we go, though. Let's see what we got here. Okay, not too much has changed for Uprising. They're doing what works really well for them. Oh, speaking of range, Jet Sculpture coming
They're
out.
switching up their comp.
You don't get to see it too often, but I feel like Mako Mart's a pretty great map to pull that out.
Yeah, Jet Sculpture's definitely fallen from its place in Splatoon 2. Going from a special spam, missile spam weapon, just long-range weapon with missiles, to something that kind of needs to move up to work with its team. A lot more fun to play against, but unfortunately it's not quite as strong. We see a double killer whale going out from Uprising as well, which is definitely kind of strange to see them both happening at the same time. Targeted at different people, you can kind of displace everyone at once, but they do end up going 2 down in leaving Ozone on the offensive. Changing up their comp this much might have been the play for them, because it seems that they are kind of pushing through and keeping Uprising down. The machine going down again, the 52 going down again. It seems that Uprising can't get more than 3 up here.
Yeah, no, and look at this map control. This is perfect. This is classic tower control map control. This is like what you want. Huge push to 39, and right now we're seeing Uprising starting to push their way back, but like that is perfect by the books movement here in TC. If you can own the map like that, you get everything you need. And also Jet Squelcher has the VAC back up and ready, so they might be able to stop this counter push and continue their lead, which of course is definitely worth the stall. Oh, killer whales, a lot of them targeted on that poor Jet Sculpture player. They jump out, they don't want to lose that special, which I agree with. Booyah Bombs coming out, and Uprising's finally on the board this time. Taking a bit to get started.
Yeah, we're seeing the Slosher with a kind of strange point there, taking a strange angle. They don't have much paint around them, so they really have to frag off, get these picks, because they do not have a second option. Oh, the Tri-Strike comes out, but it does manage to, they do manage to survive. But we are looking at tower now, because it is at the checkpoint. It seems that it's been broken. I can't remember if that just happened or if it's been broken for a while. But Uprising does go 2 down, and so the push isn't going to go in their favor. This is not what they want to see here. This is kind of a momentum break that I'm not sure that they were expecting. We see Ozone getting another pick on the 52 gal. Maybe more to come. There's just constantly in a man advantage and a player advantage here. The brush goes down, but the Slosher does go down. That ink vac is going to stall out the tower. With the Booyah Bomb coming in from behind is gonna punish it. The ink vac doesn't go down, but the splash does. The ink vac shot comes out, the wave breaker comes out. Everyone is just popping specials here, trying to keep the tower here and trying to break it through. We're gonna have to see who wins out. Oh. The brush gets picked off by the machine. A nasty double direct.
So close to freedom. They were so close to freedom. Oh no, another double direct. My goodness, the shots. I love that. To the sound effects back to back.
Way in the air. Gets the pick on the 52 gal. That machine is what they want to see. That machine is why they're sticking with it. But the splash does go down, I think, to the Tri-Strike. And Uprising is now back on the offensive. They really have to push through here, take advantage of that 1 down situation, and try and extend it into a 2 down, 3 down, into a push. The machine trying to break in here, but the other machine might catch them out. Oh, yeah, it does not go well. The Slosher comes in, finishes up the fight. Really playing well with that machine. Both of them sloshing around using the terrain. And we have 2 down on both sides.
And they missed that read, too. They went right, expecting a right side flank, but they actually went top box. And, of course, you get the read like that wrong. You don't have the DPS to clear out both those players in time, unfortunately. So, great stuff from Ozone. Uprising, though, finally on their offensive. Specials coming out again. Gonna start this offensive Splatling, trying to get in position here. There's so much walk speed on the Splatling. And you see how fast they're going? My goodness. I want to see what their build is. There's no way. That has to be like 2.
Yeah, Splatlings really love their run speed because they are constantly on their feet, because they have to be on their feet if they want to be able to react to much of anything. And so having that run speed for them is very helpful for just keeping them mobile. Even though they seem like they wouldn't be that mobile, and they even have that increased run speed stacking, which helps them even more. We see this machine dodging the killer whale. in a pretty small space, so they kind of played that right. They easily could have died to that. The second killer whale coming out, the bomb coming out, the machine is fairly weak. It looks like the brush is trying to get them here, really with their entire kit. One goes down on both sides. Another goes down on the side of Ozone. This is what Uprising needs. They have to extend this into another push, but they aren't taking space in front of the tower in time. There is one behind the tower that two of them are going back to try and pick. They might have focused on that too much. They're losing space ahead of the tower, but they are pushing this through. They are very close to lead here. 2 points away from securing the lead for themselves. They do secure the lead with 5 seconds left on the board. Ozone is left for an overtime push. They do not have much of a lead. They don't have much to break through, but they have to get through it without making a single mistake. All Uprising has to do is get on that tower and get Ozone off the tower, but it's not going to be easy. With the 52 gal and the machine going down on both sides, the Slosher going down on Ozone's side. They just have 2 players left, both of them on the tower. The Crab Tank going up, trying to clutch this. They are the last one left, and they get bumped off the tower, leaving Uprising with the clutch last-minute play. That was beautiful.
Uprising has not, like, they love their clutches. This team just, they hold on no matter what. They're so resilient, right? They just push after push. They got wiped, and then they win a scramble, right? And then they push up and they get one more pick. And when they finally have that moment, they finally have that momentum, they made it work. And there was also like a really tragic bonk of a fizzy bomb off the tower where I was just like, no, don't let it be you. But they even recovered from that, picked up someone on the back line, got another special, popped it, pushed again, and barely made it happen. And that's all they really needed. Uprising is resilient is the word right now. That's just, they bounce back so well, and when they have a lead, right? And when they have a lead, they hold it well. And when they're down, they don't give up. And that's, I think, important. I think adaptability in all of competitive gaming is the most important factor at high-level play. And it's nice to see, like, if there's a team that has that, like, good, you're going to be fine. If you can stay adaptive, you can stay resilient, you're going to do good things.
Yup, and I'm sure Ozone is kind of on their toes now, because I don't think they were expecting to lose that one, and they barely lost it. They have got to be not very happy right now, because now they are stuck with a reverse sweep. They have to win 2 of Uprising's counter picks as well as their own, so this is not going to be easy to pull off, but they might be able to do it, because they have shown a fairly good performance on that tower control map. And if they can adapt to what Uprising is doing, then I think that they might be able to take this, but we're just going to have to see whether or not Uprising's momentum carries through and wins them this set.
My goodness. I'm very curious. So the worst thing, right? Especially in the fighting game world, right? The worst part is when you think you had it and then you're down. And when a whole team is down, that's like on the one hand, you can rally a team together. One person can cheer everyone up and get the energy going. But like, as a team, it can suck to have the chips down. And I wonder if they have if they can swing their momentum back upwards, because that's hard. That's hard to recover from, just in terms of like feeling like you had it, feeling like you had something secure and it slips away from you. That could be brutal. And we're going to Tower Control Scorch Gorge for our third map. So interesting choice, but I'm curious what I would use. Similar weapons, like a similar classic layout of having someone on the back line, having your front line, having your support. I feel like will work well for them. They just need to play some solid Splatoon, and whatever they gave up on map 2, they just can't give it up here.
Yeah, they really do have to just play the safe here, I think. I don't think they can go for another gimmick comp like they did for the Splatzones one. I'm sure they had a pretty detailed, thought-out plan, but golden rule of Splatoon, everything is constantly going wrong, and if your plan is too specific and too fragile, then your plan can fall apart and end up disastrously, which I think is what happened in that first game. I'm sure they had all of these sorts of contingency plans for how to push back in, how to lock them out. The Flingza Roller and the Double Machine would have been very good to see on their plat, but when you just don't get your specials quite in time and you just get knocked down, that's when your plan falls apart. That's when you have to adapt and just have something you can fall back on. And when you don't have that, it can end up very badly for you. We're headed into the next game here, so we're gonna have to see if their comps change at all, what they adapt to. Uprising seems to...
Hydra!
They seem to have a double comp, but Ozone does have the double machine. This is definitely... this might not be the play. They're going to have to play this really well. The double machine, I'm sure they have a plan here, but it can't be too specific. It can't be too fragile, because if it is, then they might fall to something small, just a misplay. Something goes wrong, and it all falls apart. We see an early kill whale coming out with the machine and the 52 gal trying to pressure Plat, but both of them are fairly weak. The 52 gal goes down, but the machine manages to get out of there. The brush is in mid, being pressured by the machine is very hard. The machine tries to get the brush, but the recent machine nerf, the recent fix, the shot doesn't quite go through the wall. It doesn't quite hit the brush. They were standing enough behind the wall that it didn't go through.
Oh, speaking of this, brush player, they're moving for their life. The Hydra and the brush, I can't believe they survived all of that together. And they're going to sit on the tower, and that's exactly what you want.
All 4 players on tower for a moment. It seems that they just wanted to do that so they could get into Plat. There's a lot of action happening there. We're going to have to see if they can push, get some kills, get some picks, and extend their push. Because I'm sure they just want to say, no, play it safe. You do not get to reverse sweep us, which it seems like they are on their way to do. Breaking through the second checkpoint already, only 1 checkpoint left in their way. But they go 3 down to 1 ink back, I'm pretty sure, which is pretty insane to see. So now Ozone has their chance. They're finally back up. They have to break through 2 checkpoints and get pretty far. The spacing between the second checkpoint and the third checkpoint is absolutely massive. So even if they break through both of them, they have a lot of ground to cover, but they might be able to do it since Uprising is still 1 down and they are pushing back into mid.
Yeah, no, they're not. They didn't get control of mid very quickly after that. I would have thought they would have had a little bit more going for them right now, but they kind of let Uprising all the way in, which you never want to let that happen. I could tell you how many competitive games don't let the opponent get that much space. Oh no, and that could be a bit concerning. 1 down for each side right now. Killer Whale coming out in the 52 gal. Let's see what they can get. Oh, there's a Squelcher. Can you pick that? 1? Oh, that's someone else too. There it is. So 1 sloshing goes down. Let's see what they can get the next one. Wall. You have the space.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, back out your
that angle shooter kind of hit them through the wall there almost. I'm sure that just kind of bounced in a weird way, or maybe they're poking ahead, but that was unfortunate to see. Ooh, the ink vac just gets completely obliterated before they can get that out. And another one going down. Uprising is not going to let Ozone in here, and they are continuing their push. Getting the pick on the machine again. No one's really sitting on tower here. But they are finally starting their push, but it's a bit delayed.
It's a little bit delayed, but you know what? We take this. They got set up. They have specials going out, and that's going to be a lot of pressure. Oh, and if another 52 gal player happening, oh my God, they get 1 pick over there. They get another pick. This has Call of Duty SMG entry energy all over it. I'm all about this play. Look at this. Just run in. Just take them all out. If they can't play the game, you win the match. If they don't get to play, what do they have to do about it? Oh, finally coming through.
That ended up disastrously. They pushed the tower just a little bit too far, and Ozone completely pounced on them, and they have learned their lesson. They are taking mid right off the bat. They're not going to let Ozone take control of mid there, and they are even pushing into Plat there. The 2 machines really showing them what it's for, pushing all the way up, way ahead of the rest of the team, using those Brios to keep themselves alive, just like a 52 gal in Splatoon 2. But one of the machines does end up going down. That's just what happens when you play that risk versus reward. The ink vac is going to come out and try and force that checkpoint, but it does happen a bit early. And the machine is maybe going to get this pick, but no, the Jet Squelcher has that fancy footwork they need to break through that checkpoint. But it seems that that's all they're going to get, because they do get wiped. And just the machines left out of spawn. We're going to have to see if they can do anything, because time is running out.
Fancy footwork into death Fancy footwork into death is the saddest thing in the world. Somebody showing off like, look at how absolutely sick I am. Like, you're sick. Oh, but you're also dead. Like, you hate to see the clip end.
When you get the checkpoint, though, that's when you know that it was worth it.
Yeah, right.
Booyah coming out. Not sure where that's headed. They do get shredded and taken out. That is not very good for Ozone. The second Booyah coming out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Booyahs left and right. So many of them. I think we just saw 3 in a row. And we have another one coming out. This is what happens when you have quadruple Booyah in your game. But Uprising does manage to go 2 down at the 3 down at the worst time possible. Just the Hydra left to defend this, and Ozone is pushing deep in there, way ahead of the tower.
You have to.
They know that they cannot let Uprising even touch that tower, because the Jet Squelcher cannot defend it if the machine gets to the tower. And Uprising keeps going down still. Ozone does go down as well. Ozone goes 2 down. This is not very good for them. They need to get these picks right now. The Bria Bomb lands on the tower. Gets the pick on the Jet Squelcher. And that ends the game. The Jet Squelcher didn't get off tower in time. And that is going to get the 3-0 for Uprising. Yet again, 3 in a row. They have won six matches in a row. That is insane.
Unstoppable. Uprising is showing, again, resilience, I think is the word, right? They had a massive lead. And you know what? Honestly, Asek, you can't tell me that you wouldn't have tried it too. You get that far into the enemy base, you just try pushing all the way through and getting one more wipe. Like, I'd do it. Anyone would do it. But even after that went wrong, they got it back. And then Ozone tried to push back. They got it back again. This team does not stop fighting. They stop for no one. And my lord, the 52 gal. The 52 gal plays. That was just, I'm telling you, so as somebody who plays like entry in COD, which means I take an SMG and I slide into a room and I pray, that player did exactly what I love to see. You just run in and you just start counting. You just take out players left and right, knock them down like dominoes, let your whole team in, show them the door and be like, I put down the red carpet for you. Like, it's the best feeling in the world. And they did such a perfect job of that. God, I love it. Splatlings, by the way.
Yep, Splatlings. Gotta love the Splatling team. Not something you see very common. It probably helped them there that Ozone didn't seem to have a charger player to counter them, since that heavy was mostly just stuck dealing with an E-leader. But when you don't have an E-leader, then your Splatling can be really dominant, especially against a team where the longest range weapon is a Jet Squelcher, which I believe Heavy Splatling outranges, but I'm not sure. They're in a pretty similar range class. It doesn't matter too much when they're like that. Because unless you have like a E-leader backline, or a charger as a backline in general, the backlines aren't really going to be getting picks on each other. Since you really don't want to be close enough to the other backline to take that, because usually once you're in range of a backline, they're also in range of you. And at that point, it's a 50-50 of whether or not you win the fight. And 50-50 is not what you want when you going down could lead your team to a wipe and lead your team to lose the game.
I know that too personally as a tri-stringer player. I'm trying to go through all my solo ranks as a tri-stringer, and I'll be up against an E-leader, and I'm like, okay, I either need to flank them and hit them from a nasty position, or I need to just avoid that sight line at all costs.
Yeah.
You don't win that one. You don't win the direct, like, you have to, it can't be easy.
when you're playing backline and you're facing up against another backline, when that backline moves forwards, you move backwards. You really do not want to let that backline touch you. Just in the same sense that when the splatter shot starts to rush you, you also move backwards. The same principle applies, just to much longer range. You do not want to be in range of anyone, pretty much. You want to stay safe, keep your distance, and be pretty much unkillable. Because if you don't let anyone get close to you, you really can't die unless someone pops a special on you, which is why Splatlings, and backlines in general, like you see backlines in general, and they all have really long range, just because. That's why, because having long range is the most effective way to stay safe. You could try to anchor with a splatter shot, and just play very safe, and that does end up happening. If your anchor goes down and you're the last one up and you're a splatter shot, then you are playing an anchor now. That's how the roles work in this game, because you cannot let your team wipe, because getting a team wipe is the worst thing that can happen to you.
And not having a redeploy point, not having a spot for your team to be able to move back in and fight, is just time wasted. And I talk about this a lot when you play a game like for instance Halo. The match is 8 to 12 minutes long sometimes. It's the King of the Hill takes forever. It's 2 out of 3 for Oddball. Like, they're long modes, right? Splatoon is not a long game. Splatoon is a game where if you blink, someone can win. 5 minutes is nothing. 5 minutes is not a lot of time. And so when you think, hey, I need 15 seconds to spawn, get into position, and create my space, oh, that's a quarter of a minute. Like, you got to think about that. Like,
10% of the game.
Yeah, you're like, oh, wait, that's a lot.
20,
and
no,
then
5%.
5%. But like, that's the thing. Like, that's why that's so important. Losing your whole team can be brutal. Although on the flip side, if your team Uprising and you're in the enemy base, just going for kills, trying to knock out anyway, that's sort of like you've sort of can cash out there and you're still fine, right? But that's not most of the game. Most of this match, if you're in that first third of the match, so to say, that middle half of the fourths of the map, and you go down, the enemy team can push very hard, very quickly, all the way up into your business.
Especially in the old mode that was in this game, Rainmaker. You really, like, when both checkpoints are out, you're now playing Splatoon 2 Rainmaker, and the game can end in a blink. Blink and you'll miss it, you go 4 down, and all of a sudden the Rainmaker is in your base. You really do not have a lot of time to react to a wipe, but you have a lot of time to do stuff with it. If you wipe a team all at once, you have about 10 seconds of pure free time, where you are the only team that exists on the map. You are playing a 4v0. You have those 10 seconds to push as far forward as you can before the enemy team can get back in. And if the enemy team does end up respawning and they are desynced, then that is not great for you.
I know, nothing you want. But chat, don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break here. We're going to be heading to Losers Round 9, the other side of the bracket, of course. And I need to get some water. So we will return shortly. Stay tuned. Make sure you stretch, get some water, and we'll see you in a moment.
Yep, bye-bye.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
What's good, everyone, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 186. My name is Bowser, and I'm here with Asect. How you doing, Asect?
Good, good. Happy we got that break after a couple of very intense sets. Voice is a little tired, but the show must go on.
We both got water. We're ready to go, I'm sure. And Ozone, unfortunately, they fought pretty hard. It was a 3. They went 0-3, of course, against their last opponent, but they definitely fought pretty hard for it. So I'm excited to see their losers run here as they're up against ASC Tenshi.
All of the games are fairly close. I feel like there was only really one game where they got completely obliterated. And the other two games are fairly close, but just a couple of mistakes seemed like it cost them. So we'll have to see how they do in losers bracket, if they can maybe go for redemption and then fight whoever's in winners bracket at the end.
Hopefully. We'd love to see that. We'd love to see a good fight. Chad, I hope you're all ready to watch some more Splatoon. I know this has been so much fun for me. And also, just as a little aside, I'm still fairly new to the Splatoon community. Started right at the end of Splatoon 2, knowing I wanted to get into it. You guys have been such a fun community because not only do I meet tons of cool casters, tons of cool people, there's a lot of cool teams that make Splatoon content, and of course, great content creators that are players. But the action always gets me. Like, I want to commentate a lot of games, right? And I commentate fighting games already pretty professionally. Splatoon is still probably the most exciting game I've ever seen in my life. This game is just constantly giving, and I have so much fun here, and I hope you guys get all the fun out of it as I do, because it's just, I think this game is special, this community is special, and I'm really excited to see if Ozone can hold on to their run, because they really did put up a good fight, and I love those fights, and they got me really hyped, so hopefully we get more of that coming in to this next match. As we're hearing from the heavens right now, the host room broke, so we're getting the lobby back together right now. So we were about to dive into the match, but we're not doing it now. So I'm actually going to ask a question to chat and to you, Asect. What's your favorite weapon in this game right now? What's the weapon that if you had to live or die by? What are you grabbing?
Stamper. Stamper.
Ooh.
I love Stamper. It is so. Stamper has so many just weird tricks and gimmicks with it. Like, is it just me, or has every single new tech discovery been for Stamper? Like, the fast swinging tech, the, Booyah Bomb thing that just got dropped. Like, there's so much stuff happening with Stamper, and there's so many gimmicks. They patched out the fast swing tech, which is understandable. But, the Booyah Bomb thing, it's probably gonna get patched too. But the weapon is just, it has... the thing, also, it destroys Booyah Bomb. It destroys Rainmaker. It destroys Wavebreaker. It has insane damage and insane modifiers. If you're right next to Rainmaker, you can kill it in 3 shots. It is, its DPS is, it rivals Dapple from, Hydra range. You can break a Booyah Bomb with just 3 charged slashes. And you can break a Wavebreaker in 2 of them. From really far away too, and so really, when you're playing Stamper, you can kind of just say no to objects. And the kit is so weird, but so cool. The Burst Bomb is perfect for it. And Zipcaster is a strange pick, but what ends up happening is you end up becoming the Burst Bomb. You know what I mean? You go for the 70 damage swing, and you have you go for the 70 damage swing when you're inside of a Zipcaster, and then you don't have Burst Bomb, but you can just throw yourself at them, and it does damage when you contact them.
Works. It gets the job done. I'm also seeing some 2 people in chat saying Dapples are fun for them in this game. I see a mini Splatling. Great picks. Love those weapons. I'm a Tri-Stringer player. I'm a all dualies from Splatoon 2. I love that weapon. It's one of my favorites. That and Slosher, I had such a fun time with. And then I got to Tri-Stringer, and I was like, oh, it's like playing a zoner in a fighting game. The bombs, just being able to bombard people. You have some good close and far options, but you got to be tricky with it. You got to be smart with it, and it makes me feel intelligent when I get cool plays and I wall people off and I get nice picks. I'm just like, damn, I'm so hot with it. And when a weapon makes me feel that way, I fall in love. And the same way, and no, I heard the sound, not again. I I'm the same way with fighting games, right? Like I get my hands on a character that's like feels fun, that has the tools I like, and I play Mei in Guilty Gear, and it's the same thing. I was like, wait, oh, this feels too good. Oh no, I love this character, and that's been my life in most games these days. If it feels good, I'm there. I'm seeing some other good choices in chat right now. Galuga, so I get cries I miss my shots. That's my homie 40. Shout out to 40. It's a struggle. Dapples are awesome. Either Zap or Slosher. Zap feels good in this game. And Zap feels snappy. Oh,
dude. As someone who played support in Splatoon 2 and who hated Zap, I despised playing Zap in Splatoon 2. I think it's just because I'm not fantastic with short range weapons. I definitely prefer longer range weapons, and I think it was kind of just like envy because let's be real. And Zap was the only support in Splatoon 2. There were no other supports in the game, and it made me kind of sad. I ended up playing a lot of H3 and 96, and then moving over to Brella as well. Kind of just bouncing back between those two. I think I had silver badges on H3 and 96, and bronze badges on both Sorella and I think Undercover Brella. I'm not quite sure. Like Kunder. But I might have also had probably not on 10. But yeah, as a support player, Splatoon 2 was pretty rough. It seemed that I was pretty much restricted to 12 weapons, period, since I had to play something with armor on it. Excuse me. I had to play something with armor on it because you can't run armorless, because armor is the support special, the one support special that exists. But now that there are 2, 3, maybe even 4 support specials the way you count it, I am much happier. I can play a lot more support specials. It's like cooler. I mean, I am moving a little bit away from support and a bit more into aggressive. I like kind of a supportive aggressive hybrid, like Tentabrella. H3 still is pretty fun. It's not that great, but going for those one taps with the Tacticooler is really fun.
I love, by the way, just in general, one taps, like they called, in this game, I don't think there's a name for them, but in Halo, we call them perfect, right? Where you land exactly enough shots to get a kill. Good God, Splatoon makes it feel so good. You land that whole burst on someone, and you're just like, I'm filthy. Like, you're like, wow, you have to take a shower after that one. Damn, that felt good.
Yeah, like you hear that sound, and you know that the person on the other end of the barrel just got completely obliterated.
The event horizon effect, and you're just like, oh, mwah.
Okay, like anyone in chat, let me tell you, H3 has probably the worst learning curve in this entire game. The weapon is so hard. You need to have perfect aim, pinpoint accuracy, amazing tracking, really good positioning, really good game sense, armor timing for Splatoon 2. It was like really just the mother of all weapons. You had to be very just good at the game to play H3 well. And like in the first couple of months, I had been playing 96 for a very long time, and I was getting fed up with the RNG and the lack of a bomb. It was kind of painful, and so I ended up trying to pick up H3, and for that first month, I felt like I couldn't do anything besides just sit back and paint. And then after a really long time of feeling useless with the weapon, I started landing my one-shots, and once you start landing your one-shots with H3, it's like a drug. Like, each one of those one-shots just pulls you deeper and deeper into loving the weapon. It's like so good. And then once you can hit those consistently, it becomes one of the most satisfying weapons in the game.
Yeah, somebody who plays like things like the battle rifle in Halo, I like the Hemlock in Apex, right? All these burst weapons, they're fun, but they feel good because they kind of do their job, right? Like in Halo, you have to track a little bit, but as long as you land all 3 shots, bada bing, bada boom, land the last one on the head, you're golden, right? Like it's hard, but it's got a skill curve to it, but it's the job is easy. Put the cursor on them. You don't just put the cursor on someone in Splatoon. So like when you pick up that weapon, you're like, oh, I played BR, I played M16, I know how this goes, and you're like, oh, it was really hard. But like the once you get it, you're like, wait a minute, this is sick. And I feel the same way with the tri-stringer in terms of difficulty, learning to arc the shots, learning to get the one taps, learning to like level 1 spam really efficiently and micro adjust it for a little more range. That sucks. Like that crap is so hard to learn, but then you get it. When you get these harder weapons or things like dualies and you get the movement down perfect and you're good at rolling behind someone and snapping your aim to them, right? Any of those skill checks in Splatoon, when you get them, it's euphoric. Something about Splatoon, the fact that people explode into ink and their gear goes everywhere, their weapon goes flying, is so satisfying. I actually have a theory right now in Modern Warfare 2, because the single player is available to us right now before the multiplayer. There's a change to the game. Whenever you take someone out, their gun goes flying upwards, and I think it's so that if you hit someone behind a wall, you see that you got them. But the only other game I can think of where it's coded specifically to have their gear go flying upwards is Splatoon. So I'm like, did the COD devs get that idea from Splatoon? I just hope. I hope. Also, looking at chat, I see the Splatling gang. I see a Hydra. I see a Heavy Listen. Love you all so much. GooTubers sometimes. Love that. At least you had 12 opens. I was a Zap slave in Splat 2. Oh no. Normal Roller's been my baby since the first game. Right, and the kid is so good now. You're eating good.
Yeah, Roller Main's like going 7 years without a kit. And then in this game, they finally get a kit that works and functions, and it's like, how long has it been? Nintendo give Roller a functioning kit challenge. Possible, completed. They did it. It's so good. A part of me hopes that they give Crack on Roller a very strange kit.
I want weird kits. Oh, one sec. Oh,
that's
okay.
unfortunate.
So we will explain. Okay, so we're hearing from the heavens right now on Splat Zones. It was a close match. Looks like our spectator, unfortunately our host today, disconnected in there, but the match was won by Tenshi. It was very close, under 10 points for both teams. Y'all know how intense those get. So that must have been a very hard-fought battle, and I wish I got to see it, but unfortunate for us.
It was a super lame game. Nothing happened. Nothing exciting.
Nothing happened. And no one got cursed.
Shouldn't have been there. It was really boring.
Commentators cursed.
Really, really bad. No one feel bad that we didn't get to see it.
But
we made the time. We turned it into a impromptu Q&A.
Listen, you gotta have fun with it, right? You have to have fun with it, and I love hearing what weapons everyone's on, because like Splatoon's one of those games where like in tournament play, sometimes weapons become really hard to use because of team comps, but in solo play, you can play Arrows by rank to S+, and I'm not gonna blink. Like I'm like, yeah, okay, you bet, I'm sure you can, and this is the game.
The only exception to that is probably Undercover Brella. They need to buff it really badly.
Hey, 40, where are you in chat? You know what to do. That being said, we'll tell you when he gets us plus. But Splat Zones on Scorch Gorge, everybody. We're back to possibly one of the toughest zone maps in the game. We saw it earlier. We actually saw a pretty decent match on it, I think, given how difficult it is. So really curious how Ozone and Tenshi are gonna throw down here in losers finals. Let's get into it.
We're seeing 4 machines here. Both the teams have nearly a mirror comp. The only weapon difference being the Charger versus the Flanger, going with 2 different options. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams play differently, with just 1 weapon different on each side. But it looks like Tenshi is going down off the start, with Ozone taking this massive zone. We're seeing Scorch Gorge zone yet again, which is definitely a strange map. It's not going to be very easy to get back in there for Tenshi, since the zone is just so huge.
And I'm curious what the Charger's going to get done, because this is definitely their time to shine. Of course, there's no real long range on the enemy team other than, I guess, Tenta missiles. But that being said, oh, look at the DPC. I love it here. God, I love that. But not having long range, this might be the map to do it with this goofy mid. Well, that was all of them. There was so much power in this room for a moment. What a shot! Good God, that flick was nasty.
Yeah, that was insane. We just have 1 machine left on Tenshi's side, and only like 10 seconds left to push back into the zone. We're gonna have to see if they can do it. It's gonna be very tricky. They have a lot of ground to cover.
That's one way.
Paint the turf. The booyah comes out. They misplaced the booyah, and it doesn't paint the zone. That is unfortunate. And we see Ozone take game 2, bring it back to 1-1, evening up the set.
This map is this map's a little mean. This map can be really, really hard to break into, and it worked out pretty well for Ozone. We take those every time. So great stuff to them, of course. And yeah, no, I hear it, chat. I just saw. I always feel bad when I crap talk an Aerospray pregame and they get 20 kills. Yeah, I'm the reason you have to fight Aerosprays. That TikTok of mine did way too well, and I just want to apologize. Like, I'm sorry. I started.
What was your TikTok about?
I made a TikTok about Turf War and Aerospray because somebody said, "Can you make an Aerospray building guide?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Because I get a lot of beginners on my TikTok, so I was like, "Yeah, sure. I'll throw together something like that'll help you guys figure out what to do with the weapon." And it did like dummy well, and like they're still commenting on it to this day. Like there's still people talking in my comment section on that TikTok. I'm like, okay, so I'm the reason you all have to deal with Aerosprays. That's on me. That's
yeah. Aerospray is like Junior's weirder cousin. It's a near identical main weapon to Junior. It has the exact same spray, the exact same spread, the exact same kill time. Very similar paint, the exact same range. It's just that Junior has the bigger ink tank, and Aerospray has the weird kits. Junior usually gets the normal kit. And then the custom one and the second and third kits for Junior are usually very strange, but the first one is like standard. Aerospray is just strange all the way through.
I'm still not surviving the like strange cousin. Like I just like to think that like Splat Junior's just standing there all dressed all nicely and everything, and then next to them is just this Aerospray player with the most thrown together outfit clown suit you've ever seen in your life.
Got like a cowboy hat and flip-flops.
Cowboy hat and flip-flops and like
a
swim tube. In a trench coat, but there's a swim tube around the trench coat. None of the colors match. Just holding an Aerospray, and they're like, "Ready to go, sir." It's like, okay, all right, hold on. Time out. I love a good clown suit. Like just as a Monster Hunter player, like it's a rite of passage. Like you have to deal with your clown suit till you hit endgame. And I like to see that in Splatoon. Although in Splatoon it's easy to look good, but I love a good clown suit.
But headed into game 3 here, we are seeing Wahoo zones yet again. This looks like a zones only set here. Both teams just want to play zones. Both of them have double machine, double booyah. That is very strong for them, especially with the Junior on both sides. Both of them just love to play zones, and I guess they're just gonna agree. Yeah, sure, I'll let you play zones. I'll let you play zones if it means I get to play zones.
Can I speak freely here?
Wahoo. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just say something. I hate this map mode. Like Wahoo's great. I love the aesthetic. I said it earlier. Splat zones here is the worst. I think zones is
Wahoo's best mode because the bridge, they removed the gimmick and it made the map better.
Okay, fair.
It's not amazing, but it's.
But I raised you without Tentamissiles breaking this mid sometimes is awful. Like without booyahs or mids or missiles. But hey,
Ozone does have Tentamissiles and the double booyah, but they did trade in the Junior for something. Wait, Tenshi traded out their Charger for a quad frontline comp. Oh, what the heck? Oh, we have unfortunate disconnect. What is happening here?
Oh, goodness. No, this is looking like when Comcast gets control of my internet. No, not the Comcast.
Are we gonna see the PB end here? Because we can end this PB early. Oh, yep, there we go.
End of the medal. Yep.
That's Splatoon 3 for you. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's the hardest part about playing on McDonald's Wi-Fi realistically is the connection stability. And I know the feeling, I know the vibes.
That's the yin to the yang of the jank game. Because as funny as Splatoon 3 being jank right now is, like I love seeing the freaking like tent clips where it would just the shield would just go off into Narnia like 200 feet in the air. Just flying away like, oh, bye, must have caught the wind. It's funny to see, but stuff like this, where the game is actually just a little bit non-functional, is a little bit unfortunate. But hey, it does like that Nintendo accidentally removed Rainmaker in their most recent patch, so we're playing a Rainmaker-less tournament tonight, which is always interesting to see. I think our next Splatfest should be a Splatfest between the 3 remaining modes to see which one gets to stay and which two have to leave.
I'm really excited about the next Splatfest. Okay, chat, one more time. Holla for me. What team we going? What team we going in the next Splatfest? I think I have learned in my years that as much as I can't go out in the sun because I'm allergic to it and I can't do well with heat, I'm picking Team Fire. Because I just something about it, like I've always liked the fire starters, and I'm just learning, like I think it's my calling. I think there's just something poetic about I'm allergic to the sun and I'm picking a fire starter. But you know what? That's okay, because I'm Fuecoco is my homie and they are precious, and I will fight all of you.
But yeah, Can the stream hear you, by the way? Okay. Okay, the voice from the heavens, as in the person hosting the stream, is going grass, which is fitting because I'm going water, so we have one person from each team here.
It's crazy that you both have to bow down to the victor, which is me, by the way. That's crazy. I didn't think I'd be in this position of power.
I gotta go water just because the H3 rep. The weapon that they chose for water is H3. And, you know, I like playing H3. I one-tricked it in Splatoon 2 for a decent chunk of the game. And, yeah, it's fun. I gotta stay loyal to the water. I forget who is water. It might be... I don't think it's Shiver, is it? I think Shiver is grass.
I can't remember. I just... See, I think... Yeah, no, because I think Fry's fire.
Or, no, I think that would make sense. And that's why they didn't do it. we don't have any...
Big Man is water, which is very, very fair. That's...
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
We won't tell them heavens. We'll just keep talking about Pokemon types. We got you. We got you, homie. Yeah, no, I like that.
Also, it's also a bit of a shame. It doesn't look like... We're really close to the end of October, and it doesn't look like we're getting a big run this month. Unless Nintendo pulls something completely out of nowhere. Complete update drops all of the big run files that are currently missing from the game. Completely, like you update the game, you boot in, and then it's just big run is here. Surprise, we didn't announce it. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Because we're very close. And if they pulled that move, I would be extremely surprised and extremely happy because that would be so cool if they just don't announce Big Run.
I was gonna say that. I think that's the way to do it, right? I feel like the most exciting stuff in gaming is the unannounced stuff. And where are the surprises in gaming? The fact that Nintendo is taking things out of their patches, right? And they're not revealing all their secrets on patches shows us that they are willing to withhold information. But why, right? Well, to leave a surprise. Well, what better surprise? We know there's weapons coming. We know the kinds of things that have done the pipeline. I wonder, I mean, can you imagine you just show up and Big Run happens and you're on Wahoo World getting swarmed by 5,000 small fries?
You're just looking at Twitter.
You're chilling. We're sitting there chilling on Twitter, and then Big Run. You're in the middle.
Speaking of Wahoo World, which the Salmonids frankly couldn't take fast enough, we're heading back into this game. We got stuff going back up. Both comps are the same, which is good. That's how it's supposed to be. And we have the Flings are really late out of spawn, I think. That's kind of... oh, no, they're just firing missiles in spawn, like one does as a Flings are rolling.
The fastest I've ever seen.
Paint, yeah.
I saw an 11-second missile, and that's my current record for ranked.
Ooh, I've seen faster in Splatoon 2.
That's definitely nasty. Well, yeah, what about Splatoon 3, though? Like, that's horrifying.
Yeah, speaking of Splatoon 3, we're currently playing a Splatoon 3 set. We have both teams fighting here. Ozone does go 2 down, which is pretty unfortunate, and Tenshi is now on the offensive. But they do go 1 down in response. With Ozone trying to just hold their plant, the Flings of Roller playing it in the radius of positions. The Flings of Roller does catch out someone sharking in the corner of her eye. I think they saw that. But it doesn't help them. They do get wiped, and Tenshi is now on the offensive, 50 points on the board and counting, and Ozone is now left to push back in. They have a decent amount of time, but they can't get too comfortable because in about 20 seconds the game will end if they do not build special and build special fast and get back into the zone, because this is not going to be very good for them if they can't get back into the zone. The booyah! The double booyah catches out the machine and the splatter shot. The junior also goes down. It's just the 52 gal left to survive, but they also go down. That is effectively a wipeout on Ozone, or on Tenshi's side from Ozone. So we're gonna see them working with the new space that they have, getting paint, getting their specials, and they're gonna try and push back in, or not push back in, they're gonna try and hold this and prevent Tenshi from pushing back in.
Yeah, this is a hard zone to overtake. This is such a hard zone to take back. But once you do, right, you're treated to what Ozone has right now, which is a very nice position. And they're holding off Tenshi very, very well right now. It's 2 down for both teams, though 3 down. Tenshi push in? Oh, yeah, I think they're going to get it back here. That's great news for them. Lots of penalty points, though. But if they can get this hold, very likely they can help secure their lead or just get a knockout. Specials up 2. We have 2. So we have a Booyah Bomb and a Bubbler, so...
And we have a Booyah Bomb, Crab Tank, and missiles from the other side. All 3 of those missiles are going to be very powerful to try and retake. And it does look like the specials are coming out. Ooh, the Trizuka is trying to get a pick through the Booyah, using it as kind of a vision block, and just trying to pick someone out as a surprise. But they managed to hold the zone, and Ozone goes 2 down, which is not good for them. They only have about 10 seconds to push back in, and they don't have much to work with, especially if their machine goes down. This is not good for them. The missiles do go out, which is going to push Tenshi off the zone, but they don't have much time. They're trying to push back into the zone, just trying to contest it, but they can't quite get it. They can't quite get the neutral, and that's going to be game 3 for Tenshi.
I want to highlight a play twice that happened there from Seb. The simplest of things, shoutouts to the Final Fantasy XIV players in the room, baiting the missiles away from the zone. Just going, I'm targeted, I'm going to go somewhere that either I can paint quickly or won't get painted at all. Walked off, didn't let those missiles break zone, and I legitimately think that made a difference. Massive difference, actually, in that zone getting caught, because if you don't actually break the zone, you don't buy any more time, right? And if the rest of your team can hold them off just long enough for you to finish your bait, you can walk back in, you're probably fine, or lost just a little bit of health, and your team has full support, full zone, and everything's clear. Really smart stuff. Good way to play that.
If that team had let the missiles paint the zone there, it probably would have neutralized, and that game could have gone in a very different direction there. So that is a smart play for them, because the missiles did come in at the very last second, and they managed to guide them away from the zone so they wouldn't paint over it, which was very nice. If we do see a Tenna missile in the rework in the future, it would be very interesting if you could target the zone with Tenna missiles like you can with Rainmaker. That might be a bit too strong though, but that is something I could imagine them doing, especially if they tone back the rest of missiles and make them closer to something
really
that's objective focused.
Yeah, that'd be fun. And I would like to see a missiles rework or something, just because it is still incredibly strong. I think the changes in the last patch were fine. Like, that's good, that helps, but I'm curious to see.
Less of them.
Yeah, less of them would be nice, but less of them is nice, excuse me, but I would like to see some changes, but that's my wish list. Right now, my other wish list, I want to see the rest of this set. Ozone's got 1 game, Tenshi now sitting 1 game away from knocking Ozone out of this tournament, and that's not the greatest position for Ozone, and we saw them struggle pretty hard earlier on the winner's side. I want to see them come back. I want to see a bit more resilience out of them, because, well, you don't want to go down 1-3. Tenshi though, sitting nice. They are solid control on Wahoo World. Excellent plays all around. So I'm curious how they're gonna handle the next map. I'm curious if we're gonna get nothing but zones.
Yeah, it'd be funny if the next map was zones, because it seems that both teams definitely prefer it. I'm not even sure if they're allowed to play it again. But given that Tenshi won on Splat Zones and they can play it again, I think we could see a potentially L-Zone set here. Ozone is thinking very hard about that counter pick, because they cannot lose it, and they have to win their pick along with Tenshi's counter pick, so they are not in a good spot right now. But they do only have 2 games to go. So if they win both of them, it's not that big of a stretch. They could do it.
Okay, I'm hearing people join the lobby. This is good news. This is great news. I hear a little bell. All right, so it's going to be more zones. Yes, and we're going to a museum. Woohoo!
Zones only set.
Okay, so the Heavens has alerted us that the counterpicking rules, they can't go to the same map, but they can keep the same mode. So we might have a nice proper Splat Zones Japanese tournament on our hands right now, which I'm a fan of. I think that's fun. And this was a good map. I love this map. We commentated it earlier. It's a classic Splatoon 1 setup. And the only struggle with this map is, of course, if your team gets wiped, you have quite the walk back to mid. So,
yep, but you do have that flank option on the right side, which can be very valuable to take when you're coming out of spawn. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone takes that coming out of spawn. So, heading into the game here, we're seeing the same comp from Ozone, and we are seeing a slightly different comp from Tenshi, subbing in a splash for the splatter shot, but neither teams have a backline. The Flingza is the longest range weapon in the lobby, so we're probably going to see the Junior and the Flingza both playing very passive, acting as the anchors for their team in this situation. The Junior already has a big bubbler. The Flingza already has missiles. I'm getting flashbacks to Splatoon 2, guys. But both the machines go down. Two machines go down on both sides. The splash goes down on one side as well. Machine going down on Tenshi's side. Leaving just the machine on Ozone's side, and just a couple people left on Tenshi's side as well. Both teams kind of just trying to get back in, trying to get their teammates back in. Tenshi does have control of the zone, so this time stall is currently benefiting them because their timer is slowly ticking down, and Ozone has to push back in here, especially because Tenshi has control of mid now, and Ozone has to push down out of plat. The machine might manage to get a pick on that crab tank, but they don't play it quite right enough. They get it direct on that Flingza, but it's not quite enough. And the machine goes down, leaving just one more left on Tenshi's side.
I wanted a reason to say movement. I wanted it. It was so close. But Ozone, they're sitting good right now. This is a nice advantage to have in order to get your points back. They're actually really quickly going to catch back up. Again, no penalty points right now, so this is all free real estate. This is what I meant. Long walk to mid. Look at this. They're finally coming through. See if they can keep that zone alive. Just a couple points left. Booyah's not enough to break the zone. Whoa. 1 point difference, and they're in control. That is the worst case scenario for Ozone. I'm worried about their resilience as Tenshi finds a beautiful play on them. And that's exactly where you want to be. Oh, what a shot from the sloshing machine. Great stuff. Booyah Bomb coming out too. They have pressure as they push the enemy team back further and further. Ozone, are they going to be able to get control of the point back? They do. Oh my god, that flick. Okay, they didn't get the splat, but that flick. Oh.
That ninja squid really saved them in the fight there. From the machine's point of view, they were just teleporting from side to side. They could not aim in the right spot. They were just not in any consistent place. It was like they were in two places at once. But we have Tenshi now back on the offense, holding their lead strong, 2 up in the set. So Ozone has to do something here, or else it's game over for them. A questionable crab tank from the splash, but it works out. They are currently getting targeted by a bunch of burst bombs, but the two splashes fight, and they do get that pick in a clutch 1v1.
ASIC, did you know they put ink armor back in the game? Just an ink armor play with the crab tank. What great stuff. Tenshi right now, about to close this one out. Isn't it a Booyah Bomb? Not enough.
It isn't quite enough. Tenshi wins the final set, leaving Ozone out of the tournament. This is not what they wanted to happen today. But we'll see. We're gonna see how Tenshi plays against the other teams, and especially to see if they can fight Uplifter. I think that's what the team name is called. It was something like that.
Oh my goodness, that was some good stuff though. Tenshi, absolutely dominating, and Ozone not a team to mess with. That was some great stuff. The plays there. That crab tank. You said questionable. I agreed until I saw that play. You know, sometimes you just need a little help. You know, a little push into the zone, some armor to get you in, and then all of a sudden take out the entire enemy team. Sound familiar?
That was a baller play, if anything. That felt very strange.
It was a baller play.
They used the crab tank as a baller to just get themselves in there. And when that crab tank evaporated, they were like, surprise, I'm inside of here. And then got 2 picks. That was...
Super monkey.
What is it in this map mode that just leaves people to make the strangest plays?
I don't know, but I'm here for as a commentator. Like, if I'm like a coach or a captain or anything like that, or a teammate, I'm like, what are we doing? Well, we made that work, right? We saw the Spider-Man play earlier. You got to go back and check that out, chat. That was 2 sets ago. The Spider-Man play. Oh my.
Not the
Oh my goodness.
Zipcaster. We had someone just stick to the wall on the spinner, and people just walked way past them, and then they dropped on them, got a double or a triple, and then won the game off of that. It was.
We've seen a Spider-Man play win a set. We saw a clutch booyah bomb in enemy base to win a tower control map on Academy. We're seeing the craziest plays, and I'm all about it. I hope you guys are too. And with that being said, I think we're moving into. Is this grands? That wasn't semis, was it? That was losers finals.
I don't know the bracket. I couldn't find it.
That was losers finals.
That was losers finals. So if I'm not mistaken, if I know how double elimination works, Tenshi is going to go up against Uplift. Yet again, or not yet again, but they're going to take Ozone's place against Uplift. We're gonna see Uprising. My bad. I knew I had that name off, but I couldn't quite remember why.
Uplift is a good team name though. That's how that works.
That is also a good team name, but it is very similar to Uprising.
It's not that's the name of like I think a healing spell for Mistweaver in World of Warcraft, but yeah, no, Uprising resilient as heck. Right? Like that team showed us some plays. They definitely deserve to be sitting on the winner's side of this bracket. Really, really great stuff from them. So I'm curious how Tenshi's gonna do into them. Of course, taking out Ozone as well as they did. They probably got the best shot in this bracket right now. And I'm really curious to see how they get it done.
Yeah. It's gonna be very fun to watch these two teams fight. Because, unfortunately, Ozone lost fairly badly to both of them.
Ooh, do you see it?
But all that means that Ozone that means that Tenshi might have a standing chance against Uprising. We're just gonna have to see. Uprising went 3-2 on them, if I am correct. If my memory is right. No, they went 3-0. And Tenshi went 3-1, so we're gonna have to see if these teams are evenly matched. I think it's gonna be a fairly good match.
Is that so? Heavens, was that real? What I saw, that first map. So our first map is on my favorite map, and I know this one is controversial. Undertow Spillway Zones.
Ooh.
I like this map because again, I'm originally a dualies player, and there's some wonderful movement tech here. You can do every trick in the book here, and I love it. But not everyone loves it, of course. Yeah, see, I knew chat was gonna come after me. Listen, I'm just a fiend for wall jumps and movement. If you give me a playground, I go ham on it. That being said, it's a really, really, really evil zones map because you have two little zones to take care of, and like, I don't know. I think a Tentabrella in 2 shots can clear one of the zones.
Yeah,
so.
I've got to say, you can cap a zone with a single 10 shield launch. It's kind of crazy. You can throw a single like burst bomb at zone and it'll neutralize it. I swear, it's got to be the smallest zones we've ever seen in Splatoon's history. But that does give it some interesting depth. You really have to hold far. It's kind of the polar opposite of a massive zone where you can like once the enemy gets into mid, you still have a fighting chance because the enemy has this massive wall to climb over because they have to paint Kansas. But when you have a splat zone the size of 2 peanuts, it's definitely very easy to just paint over half of one of them and neutralize everything. So you really have to go for the lockout. You cannot fight in mid. You have to push way further than you would have to. And Undertow's massive spawn really makes that kind of an uphill battle. So the game can either go really quickly or really slowly. If you get that lockout, then the game can end in an instant. But if you don't get that lockout and you let them push back into mid, they're gonna have a very easy time painting over your zone and erasing all of your progress.
What I love about this place, and what no one else in this chat probably loves about this place, is how scrappy it is. You have to fight some of the hardest fight you'll ever have in a spot ever. I love it here. It's legitimately one of my favorite maps to watch because you have to play 2 sides of a mid, the top of mid, there's 2 sniper platforms, and then there's the alleyways that you can snipe down, but there's also cover, so you can hide, but that makes bombs really good. But if you get caught throwing a bomb, it's short enough that someone can swim up on you, and I love it. Everything is unsafe, no one is safe here, and I think I like that. That's because I'm a fighting game player though. Like that's where it shows.
This map is chaos incarnate.
Hey, you won the Splatfest.
We got a quad frontline comp here. against a triple frontline comp with the heavy Splatling. The heavy Splatling, this is exactly what they want to see. They're going to be very dominant because Tenshi does not have a charger player. So the Splatling is going to be extremely dominant against this frontline comp. They're going to have a very hard time closing the gap. But they do have 4 people to get the job done, and all of them are frontlines. So if they don't wipe, and if they can play that risk reward, they are going to be fine. But currently, it looks like it is not going in Tenshi's favor. We have the Brush getting one of the final picks. There's just one person left to defend in mid, but they can paint over the entire zone because it's so small.
This Brush!
But Tenshi does end up getting basically wiped. With just the 52 gal left to defend it, this is what happens when you play quad frontline, quad short range. You don't have anyone to back you up. When you go down, if something goes wrong, then you will end up wiping. That is the golden rule of Splatoon.
And again, if you don't have a
everything
support,
goes wrong.
if you don't have a support or a backline, a Brush gets to just run menace, right? Brush doesn't outrange a lot of these shooters, but the shooters also can't usually stop a Brush. When the map is like this, there's so many lips and ledges, there's so many walls. You're not really safe here, ever. And that's kind of what made that Brush play happen. Unfortunately, the Brush player going down right now. We're gonna have to see what Uprising continues to do here. You're gonna hear that losing control. We're in control so much in the next few seconds. Splash shot goes down on the side of Uprising. There goes the Splashmatic. And this is good. This is Tenshi's moment right now. Hopefully they can get this pick quickly. Oh my god, Brush players just doing Brush things. You're dead. You're absolutely dead.
We see Tenshi playing the smart, going for picks instead of going for the zone because they know that it is very easy to paint over. So they go for those picks first, just because they know they can paint it very quickly, and they need to get those picks before anything will happen to the zone. We have the Splash going down on Uprising's side, the Rush also going down, 2 down on Uprising's side. That is not very good for them.
They got it.
Tenshi finally capping the zones, putting that penalty on Uprising's side, and going on the offensive. This is where they want to be. They do not have an anchor. They want to be in your face. They want to be just pure rushing you down. This might not be very good for Uprising. As the less aggressive comp, they're going to have a slightly worse time pushing back in. They just don't have quite as many tools to do it. We have a nasty shot on that Zuka from Seb. Really just sending them back to their spawn. Tenshi getting a surprising amount of value out of these fizzies and whales and everything that they have, but they do end up going 2 down for it. They managed to get 2 picks though. It is 2 on 2. All Uprising has to do is keep the zone neutral now until they can stall out for respawns, because they can defend this a little bit better. That heavy Splatling has a lot of control of the zone with that wave breaker and its range. Tenshi's going to have a hard time closing the gap, but they managed to pull it off. And Uprising does not stall the zone, and they do not cap it. This is not looking good for them. They don't have that much time to push back, and it looks like Tenshi is probably going to get the lead here, but they might not get the KO, especially if Uprising plays this smart, but they go 2 down again. This is not very good for them. 3 down, Tenshi putting the nail in the coffin, letting them just know that they cannot get back into the zone.
Oh,
in
the last
zone for a split second, the last-ditch effort, but it does not work. It doesn't pay off. It stalls it for half a second, but that half a second isn't long enough. Tenshi takes the first game against Uprising.
Yeah, that was a very good hold by Tenshi. They finally broke through. It took them a while. They had to whittle out that offense, but then Uprising had a way in. And that's the thing, is they had ways in, but they had to play really scrappy and really up close, and it was smart for Tenshi to move up the way they did. They played up, but they played smart. They were willing to back up and give space into those chokes that allowed them to spar and to fight and to not actually give up a zone. If you come in close to the front side of the base, you'll end up being able to stop one of the zones, but getting out of that back zone requires you to usually go through 2, sometimes even 3 players that can all hold that angle on you or quickly back up for you. So you have to play scrappy, and unfortunately, if you go in one at a time like that and you lose 2 players, your push is dead. There isn't a really good way to like flank and cause a problem when someone's down, or to like get set back up. You have to get your team redeployed pretty close to base and try again. So Tenshi, great job holding that down and getting that lead. And now we're going to be heading back to one of my favorites again. We're back to Academy on tower control.
This map mode combination should be very familiar to Splatoon 2 players. Tower control is one of the 2 modes that they did not touch between the games, and this map is very similar to how it was in Splatoon 2. So this is a familiar face for people who have been in the competitive community for a while. We generally know how this map plays. On Splatoon 2, though, so the differences in Splatoon 3 are very apparent on this map. You see people going for much more aggro plays, much more kind of just popping off oriented. We do see Uprising go for the 96 gal in their comp, outranging Tenshi even more. Tenshi staying strong with their frontline comp. They are confident that they can make it work, because they have. The brush goes down on Uprising's sides right at the start, unfortunately, but we do have a Wave Breaker coming out, an Ink Zuka coming out, getting a pick on the Splash and the 96 gal, and the heavy Splatling all go down all at once. It is just that Ink Brush left to survive.
In a really rough spot.
Yeah, not quite in the good spot to survive there. Tenshi pushing way ahead of the tower by miles, leaving the Junior just alone there, sitting there by themselves.
Wow, this is
that is the nature of tower.
This is professional. This is textbook. This is how you hold a team here. This is exactly what you want. If you want to see what it looks like to hold a team back on this map, this is how you do it, right?
Ooh. But that might not be how you do it.
No, that was how you.
Going 3 down. That's just the risk reward of the quad frontline comp. They found the reward and now they face the risk. But this splatter shot with the jump back into tower, nobody noticed them. And now they might even be able to get more jumps, and they don't get the pick on the heavy. Unfortunately, just left one shot left from death. But that's going to be bad for Tenshi, staggering their spawns even further, giving Uprising yet more control. Even then, the brush still does go down, as brush often does do in that situation. It is definitely a weapon that can... Its survivability is very erratic. You can have a brush that survives a 4v1, and you can have a brush that dies to a lucky 96 gal. We got the Trizzy coming out, getting a pick on the Splash. Tenshi now on the advantage, trying to find a way to get a pick on the 96. Very clean. And they're still just going in, but the heavy catches them out and they see them. And they do get the pick, and it's just the 52 gal left in mid. The heavy and, I think that the splatter shot, no, that's the Splash. It was very hard to tell.
I don't want to commentators curse this one, but this is that Uprising tenacity, right? That ability to hold on, and I want to see them push it as far as they can, of course, but 2 down there, unfortunately, and literally, as I say it, I'm literally the problem. But it's like, this is, I want to see them fight back, because right now, Tenshi, when they get control of the map, they get pretty unstoppable. Unfortunately, a Booyah Bomb fully charged going down there. It's not the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, we have Uprising 1 down, 2 down, the heavy spotlight coming out of spawn, but this is not looking great for them. They have a lot of ground to cover, and they're still getting pushed back down by Tenshi, showing them what it's for. That heavy splatling getting obliterated by the killer whale.
Wow. Conte, this is the player who made the crab tank play, I believe. Conte, right? I love this. They are a menace on this 52 gal. I love seeing these players, and they're doing a phenomenal job. Look at, they're still pushing up there, waiting for the tower to get caught up, challenging a crab tank. Listen, requires some fortitude to fight that.
Not good for Uprising. It is just the Splash. And tower control is about 10 points from KO. Uprising has to do something, and they have to do it now. But they didn't manage to get it in time, and Tenshi gets the second game on Uprising.
Look at the map. That is, like, if you want to know, like, man, you lost the turf war here, obviously, but like, yeah, that is some control. It looks like it looks like Uprising had no space to play. They had one opening, it was shut down, and then Conte just went on a tear and just shredded all of them. I love me some entry players. Again, these aggressive comps, they have their downsides, but as I'm sure multiple people in many games have said before, if you just kill everyone, you'll win. And that's it happened.
That's the duality of the risk reward with a quad frontline comp, because while yes, you do have that killing power and you do have that power to pop off, get those frags, push in, run circles around the enemy, if you mess up, if you miss your shots, if you flub your movement, if you miss a special, mistime something badly, it can lead to a very big snowball situation because you just do not have that much defensive capability. You really have to stay on the offense as a quad frontline, yet you paradoxically have to stay safe because as a quad frontline comp, you don't have anyone backing you up. With a triple frontline comp, with that anchor to hold you down, the other 3 players can push very hard without any worries of it going wrong and leading to a team wipe. You might get a 1 down, 2 down, maybe even 3 down situation, but with that anchor holding down the fort, unless they go down early, you won't get in that wipe situation, and they will be around to defend them, install or push enough so you can get that respawn.
You have to have the awareness too. When you're playing 3 frontline, 4 frontline, you have to have full awareness of where is the enemy, where is my team, and did they go down? I had to in Overwatch 2 turn on the sound effect for when teammates die and when enemies die, so that if I hear that little siren go off 3 times, I go, okay, half my team just died. I'm gonna leave. And that can be hard to tell, right? You'll end up wanting to finish your fight because you don't feel like you have a way out, or you don't realize all your buddies just died. And you could even be in comms, right? And like, if you don't get that memo as fast as possible, or have the awareness to go, oh, we lost this fight, and then you don't get the dip, you don't get that redeploy, and you don't get anyone back in, and that's a wipe, and that's the worst case scenario. We talked about it, like 10 seconds in Rainmaker to just run forward, push the tower all the way back to mid, and then some. Like, it's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing Wahoo zones yet again. This is kind of something that... Wasn't this something that Tenshi kind of picked? And, yeah, Wahoo zones game 3. I guess that's just what happens when you fight with Tenshi. We're going to have to see how this plays out. Wahoo zones being a very controversial map.
Until everyone bans it, right? Like, practice this map, it's free.
Probably the best mode on Wahoo World, but still, that is not saying much because the map is generally considered to be not that great. The Salmonids cannot take it soon enough. We're seeing both teams running a backline now. Tenshi knowing that for zones, they have to run a backline here. Which, especially since this is a response to Uprising's counterpick, they wanted to pick something that they know that they can just outrange them on. Because that Hydra can be very dominant when it's set up in plat, since you do not have very many options to flank it other than going underneath. And speaking of, I do see a little bit of ink down there. We could potentially see a flank happening. Or that could just be a straight bit of ink. It might just be a straight bit of ink here. No, we do see a flank! But the flank gets caught out and it isn't actually... It's not a success. And we see the Charger down there, maybe a little bit too far forward, gets caught out by the Splash. Absolutely using that Ninja Squid to juke them out. That was really insane there. Just teleporting around. Really taking advantage of that Ninja Squid. But that leaves Uprising with a very strong lead, a very dominant lead, and Tenshi on the back foot. But
they're in position to fight right now.
Zone.
They're not like super far back. They got zone, but they have specials going out right now. They're going to be able to push back in the zone. Look at this Brush player going absolutely in for the kill. Love that. Smells blood in the ink. Love that for me as a caster. This is what I like to see. And the movement from some of these players, I'm seeing it all come out right now. And this is Uprising's first time looking confident in the set so far. Again, I've talked about their resilience, but to see them just go down 2-0 like that was a little surprising. And again, little resistance on Academy. But here we are right now in this mid, and they held control twice now for a decent amount of time. And they're still in position to fight it, despite it being taken back.
Yeah, that Brush was terrifyingly low health on stream there. That was agonizing to watch, but they managed to survive it, leaving them 2 versus 2, which is not fantastic for them as Tenshi has control of the zone. And Charger gets a pick on the Brush, leaving Tenshi on the offense, but you can tell that they are more used to playing a frontline. The Charger drops, probably not intentionally, but it still costs them their life, leaving them without a backline and in risk of wiping. The Booyah Bomb comes out, eats that big bubbler for breakfast. Tenshi is very close to capping the zone here. It is a painting battle of painting battles. If they do manage to cap the zone, they do manage to get the lead without Uprising capping the zone. Stalling it for just long enough, but it looks like Uprising is going to cap the zone very soon. With the machine going down and them being up, we have them finally capping the zone here.
Yeah, but Tenshi has to get a few more picks here. Hey, speaking of, there's one. Hydra finding that one, barely hitting that Shark King Squid. They have a chance here. Oh no, they go down, unfortunately, but we're in control. Uprising has it. And they have a lot to move through here, but they can definitely keep it. Specials going out. This is the junior play. Great, get the first pick. Tenshi's gonna get this one back real quickly. Crab Tank's out though. It's gonna allow for a lot of pressure on the map.
Yeah, the Crab Tank is really just preventing Tenshi from painting the zone at all, leaving them with that zone stalling out, but it isn't really working out because they haven't capped the zone yet, and I speak and they cap it. The zone is flipping back and forth, racking up those penalty points. The game is just still going on. And we have more specials coming up from Tenshi's side. They are tubed down though, and this Inkback is in a fairly awkward position. They do manage to get that pick.
You take those, right? Like, look, you got almost nothing in the Inkback tank. You're gonna get nobody with it, but if you just paint the whole zone, I guess that's a good use of it. This is a great position for Tenshi, and they're looking to get that bracket reset pretty quickly here if they can hold on to this lead a little bit longer. But Uprising has something to say about that. Specials coming out, Booyah Bombs, Killer Whales. Can we win that fight? Yes, the Splatoon wins that fight. Hydra Splatling try to deal with the 52 gal. The redeploy comes in, a sloshing machine coming to help. That'll get them zone. 48 seconds on the clock. They can certainly do this, but they got to farm some of those specials back and really set up a good defense here so that they don't get flanked. They can hold them back. And as I say it, 3 go down, and you have the whole stage to yourself. The penalty's been broken. Let's see if they can get their lead back.
This is exactly what they needed. The 3-down situation on Tenshi's side. They don't have any time at all to push back in. They have to go now. I mean now. The timer is slowly ticking down. 5 seconds left on the clock. Tenshi, we don't know if Tenshi's going to be able to push back in, and it looks like Uprising is going to be able to take Game 3 on Wahoo Zones, winning their counter pick. That is very good for them, and they are back in this set. They still do need to win 2 more games, but it is doable. But they do have to win 2 of Tenshi's counter picks, and those counter picks are definitely going to be tuned more towards a shorter range comp, which is what Tenshi wants to run.
Azek, that is what you said it there. They won the counter pick. They got their momentum back, right? Like, again, resilience is the thing I've noticed from this team, and they actually went down pretty hard in that match. Uprising really struggled with what Tenshi threw back at them. They said, wow, that's a really good control you had. Anyway, we're going to take the lead back. That's pretty crushing. That's hard. On Wahoo World, that's like, oh, GG, shake my hand. Yeah, I'm out. Like, whatever. That's when you're like, your random B player in your lobby just disconnects and decides, nah, they're done for the day. And you're like, and Uprising didn't just take it back. They won, and they won definitively. They ran in there and they almost wiped them again. They said, nah, this is our zone. Back off. This is our map. And they've done that in all their sets so far. Resilience, that inability to give up. I love it. So this hopefully is some momentum for them, and we're gonna have to see how Tenshi deals with momentum shifts as well, because they've been pretty stompy through their what we've seen of them on stream so far. So I think this is gonna work out well for Uprising if Tenshi doesn't have a similar level of resilience.
Yeah, and Uprising does have that safety blanket of the bracket reset underneath them. Even if they don't win this set, they have another chance. So Tenshi really has to, if Tenshi wants to win, they really have to get this done soon, because they have to win 1 more and then an entire extra set. So they have to, they're fighting a pretty strong uphill battle. So we're gonna have to see if the bracket reset works out in their favor, or if Uprising can take this reverse sweep. Either way, it's gonna be pretty interesting as we wait for the 3rd map to be chosen. Tenshi is definitely thinking very hard right now, because they know if they lose this, they're on game 5 of a potential. They're on game 5 facing a potential bracket reset. So they really need to win this one, or they're going to be in a very uncomfortable position.
And as Alice told me, this is this is a very big event. There's a lot of people here. They probably had to play an incredibly long day of matches, and a bracket reset. How much do you got left in the gas tank, right? Like, can you withstand a bracket reset? That'd be hard. Uh-oh, did something? Yeah. Oh no, did it happen again? Heavens! Oh yeah, no. Oh god, yeah. We're worried about.
Currently, the Heavens are running on not much sleep. I think the time zones did not work out well.
I'm not the only person.
Like this.
I also can't do math. That's great. Yeah. Oh, please, you get some nice ref. By the way, huge shout outs to production. We're on almost no sleep. 24 plus hours, and we're still keeping this stream. Nice. Love that. And hey, I hear we're going in. Get ready. We're on, God. Sturgeon Shipyard?
Looking at Sturgeon Zones, yet another unchanged map mode from Splatoon 2. Very few changes on this map. Very solid map in general, though. So you're going to have to see how it plays. You have a double machine on Tenshi's side. Pretty much their signature comp. The quad frontline, and we have the Hydra Splatling on the Uprising side.
That's hard.
Really just to try and, playing against that Hydra Splatling. I would not want to play against Hydra as a quad frontline team.
Yeah, right, like, because if you get zoned, sure, right, okay, you can hold it pretty well as a quad frontline, but look at the Crab Tank and the Hydra. Where do you go? This is, like, you gotta be such a rat to get into this zone right now, and look at Uprising. They're holding on to, brush player doing brush things. Get in there, get another one. I want to see you take out the whole team. Oh, okay, they're down.
That's what happens with Brush. We have more people looking like they're going to continue to clean up that fight, but it doesn't end up working out, and the machine goes down. Tenshi now has player advantage, but they might not be able to push into the zone, especially with this Crab Tank here, and the Hydra Splatling watching the zone like a hawk. They do manage to cap the zone, but that Hydra still pressuring and getting a pick on the machine, leaving Tenshi 2 down. Another machine goes down, leaving just the 2 shooters left to try and survive, try and live this out, try and stall them out, but Uprising has the time advantage. So they cannot be stalled out, since they are the ones that are trying to stall out Tenshi. The Booyah Bomb goes out on their zone, GM trying to capitalize off it. The Booyah goes out to counter that, lands on the far side of the zone, and neutralizes it. Another Booyah Bomb going out. We have so many Booyah Bombs happening here. And Uprising goes 2 down in a surprise turn of events. But the machine does manage to get that trade there, which is very nice for Tenshi. Or very nice for Uprising, actually. But they are still 2 down, and Tenshi is now on the advantage, with not very many points on the board for a lead, so Uprising has to find something quick.
Look at this shark! Oh my god! Conte gets found! I was gonna say, that position from Conte is huge. That might be, that might help them really maintain zone, but unfortunately gets traded out. Booyah Bomb up top side, that's gonna get a splat. And Uprising is on the move right now, trying to find pick after pick. 3 down on Tenshi, but the Booyah Bomb, not enough, unfortunately. Can Seb hold it? No.
that Splash-O-Matic going for the play on bot mid, that part of the map is so chaotic, because you cannot swim there. It is just like hand-on-hand combat. You cannot swim, you cannot move. You're just stuck there trying to shoot at people if they go down there, because there is a single grate that leads to your death. And it is a very awkward spot to get up from, but stuff is still happening. We have the zone being neutralized with Uprising going 2 down, Tenshi going 2 down. It's just the Hydra Splatling and the machine left. The Booyah coming out from the machine, pushing Tenshi back into their court, leaving them in a not very good spot. Uprising does have the lead still, and they are currently just whittling down the time because they do not need to stall for long.
Yeah, and here comes the Booyah Bomb. This one could be big. Crab Tank sees it though, unfortunately. Doesn't get the pick, but that Booyah Bomb, they do lose control, but just as I say it, more DBZ action here for you live, taking that zone back. Albo, they're trying their best right now to get something started. 2 down on the side of Tenshi, 1 down on the side of Uprising. This could be a bad fight, and Brush players doing what they do best. Get in that bubble and tell that player, nah, you're not safe here. You were never safe here. And gets another trade too. I love to see it. Like
game. That's game. Going in favor of Uprising, leaving it in 2-2 game 5. Threatening a bracket reset from Tenshi's side. All Uprising has to do is win this very last one, and Tenshi is out of the tournament, and they take the crown. But if Tenshi wins it instead, they have to fight the bracket reset. They have to climb an entirely new hill. So this is not looking good for Tenshi, but it is still doable. It is still possible. They just have to pull out something, and they have to pull out something fairly quickly because they are running out of chances to mess up.
Uprising, though, again, adaptable, resilient, and quite vicious. With they have a very solid comp to cover all their bases, and then they let their entry players, their Slayer players run in there, and they cause problems. They cause big issues, and I love that. And it's working out so well for them. And they're either one game away from a very annoying bracket reset or taking the whole bracket. And I'm very curious where we're going. This is it. This is so important. Tenshi pick. And you know, we say this in fighting games for Smash Brothers and Tekken. Sometimes just go where you're most comfortable, right? If you're worried about losing this right now, if you're not confident in where you can beat Uprising, pick for confidence, pick for comfort, pick what you know works, what you know you do well on, because Uprising is showing that they don't care. They're willing to throw down with everything they got on any map. And wow, just they played Sturgeon Shipyard incredibly well. That's a map I don't agree with the no backline. I feel like that really did hurt Tenshi there. I feel like they still found openings, right? Like, no, I would not hold it against them. Holy crap, great work doing that with 4 frontline. But also, Jif having like a tri-stringer, something kind of aggressive, right? Or like a jet sculpture even, just to help, something, please, ballpoint. Nautilus, anything to kind of help with some of your frontline, I feel like on Sturgeon is almost mandatory, almost required. Not clearly they almost made it work, but I feel like that was to their deficit in that match.
Yeah, and they have to think really hard about this last counter pick, because this could be the last counter pick they pick if they do not play it right. Otherwise, they are going to lose it. And they pick tower control on Hammerhead Bridge. This is a very flat map, very open, very long range heavy. In my opinion, it might not be the play. They might be shooting themselves in the foot with this, but who knows? They might pull something out of their hat and leave it like blow it everything out of the water. Maybe they have some elaborate plan here that we're not seeing.
Hey, chat. Hit a 1 in chat if you think Uprising's gonna steal it here. Put a 2 in chat if you think Tenshi's gonna hold on and get the reset. I want to see some noise in the chat right now, because we are going into the potential last match of this entire tournament, grand finals. Uprising versus Tenshi. Tenshi on the lose side. Uprising still on winner's side. Let's get it. What are the comps? They are really going. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel. If Tenshi wins this, my mind will be blown. This is gonna be hard to win.
The Hydra is going to be very dominant in mid here. Giving them this map, just giving that Hydra so much control. It's already going badly, and they're 2 down off the bat. Trizuka coming out, but not fast enough. It doesn't get the pick on the machine. We see a Booyah Bomb coming out from the machine. And we have the Hydra still sitting pretty on power. Uprising is 2 down, but that Hydra is going to be very threatening, moving very quickly on that tower. Holding a very aggressive angle with that Booyah Bomb, trading off tower to the machine. Trying to find picks on Tenshi, trying to find space ahead of the tower. That's really what they want right now.
That Hydra was frontlining for a second.
Yeah, they have gone 2 down, which is not fantastic for them.
I'm curious what the play is here, because Uprising has a nice strong lead, and they're redeployed in. This map is long. Again, if you can get back in, that's brutal, because you got a long walk from home if you're not careful. There comes a Booyah Bomb, and that's going to put the Hydra back at full ink. They're going to be able to just control space, and they know that junior player is over on the right side, tracking them all the way. They're sure they see those missiles too. Look at this! Uprising just walking in, because where do you go as Tenshi? Where do you move? Again, unless you're like a grade A rat, you are not sneaking through this line and getting a pick.
I don't know what Tenshi's plan was here. They might pull something out. Maybe they have a big brain master plan that just isn't quite falling into place yet. I honestly can't see what they're going for here.
Hopefully a wipe, right? Because a wipe would let you set it up. A wipe would absolutely give you
really, all they need here is a wipe, but it seems that the only person wiping is going to be Tenshi. This is not very good for them, as Uprising breaks through this second checkpoint most likely. 52 now going in, trying to hold this space, gets picked off by a random bomb. Very smart bomb by the junior part. And that leaves Tenshi back on the offensive. They have to try and force a wipe here, but one of them goes down to the machine, 2 of them go down. And they are back on the defense here, back on the 2 down situation.
That's what I was worried about, right? Like if you can get redeploys and super jumps on the point, the map's length doesn't matter. And look at what's going on right now. Uprising is just in such an aggressive position. Are they gonna knock this one out? They're setting up for it now. This last checkpoint can be a little hard, but a Booyah Bomb is a great way to soften that. Get your way in. Look at this Hydra player. They're just moving right now. They have no problem playing on the front line. Finally going down. But they did a trade. There's one person left. You got to do something.
Oh, they fell off the tower.
No,
this is Tenshi's chance. They can't grab tower.
You have to wait for it to get low.
Tenshi has to stop tower now, or else they are completely out of the tournament. The 52 grabs the tower.
Brush
stands on their last-ditch effort to try and just grab the tower there. The brush also goes down, and this is looking fairly advantageous for Tenshi. But they have a whole lot of ground to cover. They have to nearly KO, break through all 3 of the checkpoints, 2 of them being the big checkpoints against a Hydra Splatling double Booyah, double Killer Whale comp. This is not going to be easy for them. But if this is anything like we've seen Tenshi do before, we know that they can make miracles happen. So we're going to have to see if they can do this.
This is the definition of living on a prayer, by the way. Like, this is their first push. If you guys can make this push the one, I'll lose my mind. I'll lose my goddamn mind. And I'm expecting that it can happen because this is Splatoon, the game where you're never safe and you should always be careful. But Uprising has
we are going out, displacing everyone from that plat. Leaving pretty much just the brush, and they're not in a very nice spot, grabbing the tower, but they get picked off by the machine. This is not good for Uprising. This is not what they want to see. As Tenshi approaches the 2nd checkpoint, we might potentially see one of the nastiest comebacks we've seen in this tournament so far, with Uprising taking their Uprising cashing. I can't even speak. As Tenshi breaks through the next checkpoint, it's just the Hydra Splatling. It's just the Hydra Splatling wants to defend this. As Tenshi approaches the checkpoint, they get a wipeout. Takes the lead in KO, leading to the bracket reset to 5.
I can't. I said this is the definition of living on a prayer. I can't. I just commentator's curse an entire bracket. I'm going to hell. That was insane.
That was not you. That was Tenshi. Oh my god.
They held on to nothing. This team had nothing left. Someone fell off a tower. And they won the match with 4 frontline. What the hell is Splatoon? What is this video game?
If Tenshi wins this one, we can know for certain that Hydra falling off the tower lost Uprising the tournament. This is insane. This is insanity. Uprising is completely in shambles right now. They have to pick up the pieces and completely reset everything. They know that they have to win this set. They do not get a second chance. Tenshi is on the offensive now. They have the advantage. They have climbed the hill and gotten everything back to even. They're letting Uprising know that they are still in this, as we see the map that has been the host to some of the strangest plays in this entire tournament, Wahoo or Museum Zones.
Fine, yeah. You know, I think everyone, teams included, us, the chat, we need a palate cleanser. I think going back to Zones Museum is a nice, simple fight where both these teams can definitely make great plays, and we've seen them make great plays. I think this is the way to go. Tenshi, you gotta ride this momentum as hard as you can. In Uprising, they're the ones that did this back to another team that came from the brink of destruction and just turned it all the way around, and it happened to them. Keep your cool, hold on to the best you can, but this is reset. Both teams are on loser side. First to 3 wins, 3 out of 5. You know the vibes. And, of course, 4 frontline on the side of Tenshi. Hydra Splatling still on the side of Uprising. It's game number 1 all over again.
Yes, indeed. We're seeing the long-range comp against the quad frontline comp, which I would be inclined to say that in zones is not very good for Tenshi, but they have made things work in the past that have blown our minds away. So we're going to have to see what Tenshi does about this. They get the pick on that Hydra. That is huge. Catching the Hydra out, just being a little bit too far forward. But that Booyah Bomb might...
Oh my god! The snipe! From downtown, they were like, I bet you're running this way. Let's see where they're holding. Probably waiting for the team to get in. I'm not sure who they were looking for. Wow, they got that pick. Disgusting. I can't believe they turned heels so fast there. They're still getting hits. 2 more directs. This sloshing player is on fire. Get another one. Oh, damn it. Okay.
And so now Tenshi's in a 2-down situation against Uprising. This is what Uprising wants. Uprising wants them to be they want them to be down in plays. They want to be able to get set up. Once that Hydra gets set up in mid, Tenshi is going to have a heck of a time getting back in, since that Hydra can pretty much deny every single entrance that they have into mid. It is going to be very powerful for them to try and get that. But as the splash goes down, we might see Tenshi push back into this. Uprising has taken the lead, and they are pushing down time on the clock. But Tenshi, with the surprise zone clutch, gets that zone and leaves them back with a penalty.
We've seen this before.
1 down. We have seen this before.
All you need is 1, right? It pauses the match. Time is everything. 5 minutes on the clock is nothing. And when you can stall them, even if it's for 10 seconds, it's made a difference, right? And that might come to bite Uprising in the butt. But for now, they're going to continue holding mid, sitting pretty right now. We're trying to find some picks here, get some more zone for them to work with. Farm those specials up. Crab is almost ready, but can they survive long enough? No, they're going to get taken out by Alwo, who got that wonderful shot. And now they're going to move on this right side. Booyah Bomb doesn't know they're there. They're going to push in. That's 1. Come on, find that hit. Oh no, they get the wrong read on that. The trade though, that's the best you can ask for in that situation. You lose the read and you get the trade. Hey, I've been there. We take those. Conte right now on platform trying to find a way in right now. Is going to go for a play. Gets the brush player. That's 1. Gets the bucket. That's 2. Seb trying to call it further, but gets blasted by a tank. This tank has been beaming, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed. They've just been an absolute laser beam this match.
Yeah, that was like a mosh pit down in their drop with like 3 players standing on top of each other. Uprising is very close to getting the game here, but as soon as I say that, they do go 1 down. This is Tenshi's chance. They have to get this pick here. It doesn't happen, but they do get the zone, stalling it out for just enough time. They now have 1 more chance to push back in, maybe 2 if they're lucky, if they play this fast. But they don't have much time to get this.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Tenshi turned it around from that play? If this is enough time to buy them, I don't know how I'd feel about that. They've shown us just how insane they are with it. Uprising does get zone right now. 2 down on the side of Tenshi.
Oh yeah,
Seb.
that's right.
Oh, Seb, can you do it? Seb being pushed all the way into the corner, gets taken out, but that is going to allow Conte to start moving in. Conte goes down though.
They have to win this painting battle right now. It's stuck at 1. All Uprising has to do is get this zone painted. All Tenshi has to do is get the zone painted. It's stuck in between.
No
in limbo.
way.
And Uprising gets it, leaving them for game 1, leaving them on the advantage. Tenshi has to. All Uprising has to do is win their counter picks, and they win this set. That was very close there at the end, but Tenshi could not quite get that paint. They could not quite get it, and Tenshi is now counterpicking, and they have to win this counter pick.
They stopped the score.
Yeah, that score was stuck at 1 for a terrifying amount of time.
Yeah, and
But
I didn't see
Uprising
the zone
does
getting
not want to
cleared.
play it that close again with that last tower control game, losing when they had a lead down to 3 points. That is not what they want.
That's Splatoon is a trip. This game is a gift that keeps giving. I absolutely adore all of these interactions, all these teams going absolutely crazy with it. That was such a good match. There were some insane plays there, some great trades. Some of the flicks on these players, oh my god, menaces, all of them. I love it. It's brawly, it's scrappy. Despite there being an actual backline on Uprising, Tenshi Uprising is slugs it out, and it's real fun to watch. Good God, I can't wait to know where we're going next. Please pick Undertow Spillway, make my day.
You did not see this in Splatoon 2. This is not the kind of stuff you saw in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 2, you saw
no, they did.
we're hearing from above that they can't pick Undertow.
Oh, they can't because it was part of the first pick. Ah.
Yeah, Undertow is out of the tournament. Some people might enjoy that. Some people might be very
sad
sad about that. Bowser. But we're going to be seeing another map, and yeah, but as I was saying, you do not see the stuff in Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2, you saw the methodical play, the slow, the slow painting, playing everything very defensively. Yeah, not really. Mechanics didn't matter too much in that game. All you really needed to do was have good positioning, have good paint, have good game sense and positioning. I might have said positioning already. It's late.
Splatoon 3 is a game that wants you to throw down. It says land your shots, play your movement, you better hit it, and you better mix up your opponent and get that kill quick because every second counts. It's a rush. I love it. The forward and back, the push and pull, it's unlike any other game in the esports space. I can't think of a game that's as intense as Splatoon in the arena, like in the arena style games. It's like we're in like a final Apex circle. Every single match, like there's so little downtime. There's never a moment to breathe. If you're lucky enough to breathe, you probably should be painting somewhere. It's so incredibly fast. And we're going back to one of my favorite maps, but this one you'll all agree with. Hacklefish Tower Control, which is a classic. It's lovely, and I think this makes for a very good time.
Real instant classic. Like, this map dropped and everyone immediately was like, yo, this is amazing. This map is the Mako Mart of Splatoon 3. For sure. Even though Mako Mart is in the game, it's the Mako Mart of Splatoon 3. But yeah, this game is very fast. I think the fastest fights you would see in Splatoon 2 is the average fight in Splatoon 3. It's insane. But heading into the game, we see both teams still sticking strong with their comps, still confident that they can make it work. Both teams have been sticking with these comps for a while now, and they know how the matchup works against each other. Tenshi has gotten a bracket reset with this comp, and Uprising has gotten 2 up with theirs. Both are fairly confident that they'll be able to make it work. We see Killer Whale coming out from Uprising's side, 2 of them at the same time, getting the pick on the 52 gal. The Junior grabs Tower with the big bubbler, but it is going to get shredded right away, shutting it down. Unlike in the other game, we saw that big bubbler just gets completely denied off the start. We have both teams going 2 down, but Uprising taking the tower anyway. There's a flame from behind that nobody noticed, getting the pick on the machine while the Hydra's coming out of the spawn. This is not looking good for Uprising, but Tenshi is also 2 down. This is a very scrappy game so far. Neither teams have really managed to get a footing.
I was so worried about it. Tenshi threw a Booyah Bomb, and I'm like, oh, it looks like that one really didn't do anything. And then 2 people immediately died afterwards, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, these teams are murdering each other. I'm not even sure if they know that there's a tower on the map that they can capture to, like, win and end it. Because right now, it's just, they're slaying. They're looking for the biggest killing spree, the most amount of clips. They're mashing that share button. Like, they want it.
Yeah, they're just fighting for control ahead of the tower. They know that with those machines, you cannot stay on tower anywhere close to them, because machine can just shoot you on there. Even behind the pole, it can be very awkward since the machine can kind of shoot around it. But Uprising does continue their push forwards. But it's getting a little scrappy here. Their go-to down, but the push hasn't completely ended yet. With Uprising still holding fairly strong in mid. Not gonna let Tenshi grab that tower just yet. They're gonna hold it a little bit more, but the machine goes down, and the brush might go down here, but they do manage to get out and back into mid. The Hydra Spotman gets caught out a little bit too far forward, and they go down. That is not good for Uprising. That is their main trump card that they have against Tenshi. With the Hydra Spotman gone, Tenshi is down. Tenshi is up in a 4v3 with only front lines, which is advantageous for them. We have the 52 gal on Uprising going down, the Junior on Tenshi going down, moving a 3v3. The Hydra is still alive though, which is going to be very good for Uprising on this defense. The Hydra is in kind of an off position down in the bottom left, but they do rotate back to tower and grab it. Tenshi is 2 down and Uprising is on the offensive.
Yeah, and they lose a player right there, but they have all the specials they need. They have all the setup in the world, and they end up getting the 52 gal player who's been so important on some of these pushes. And speaking of, there goes another player. Again, brushes. They do their job sometimes. They just go in there, tell the bubble to stop it, get some help. And now they're pushing that lead even further. Contact goes down again. Can they pick up the Junior on the right side? Oh, they're going to end up tossing a Booyah Bomb. Help secure that. Here comes the wall. That allows them so much movement. They're about to get a knockout right now unless Tenshi can do something. And as I say it, They said, peace out. We're going to game number 3. That was a really nice clutch you had last set. Be a shame if you lost it all here. Damn, Uprising.
Ooh.
What a statement.
Uprising is taking no chances here. Completely turning things around. They are like, no, we have no more chances left. We will not mess up. You have made us angry. We are going to stomp you into the ground, potentially with a 3-0 straight off the bat, showing them that no, we are not to be disrespected like that. We're gonna have to see what Tenshi does for game 3. That definitely was a map that was fairly, that map was fairly good for the backline comp. The Hydra spawning has a lot of room to play there, but then again, you do have the 2 flanks on the side, so when you're on the offensive, it is very easy to get around that Hydra, so it's kind of a double-edged sword there. But Tenshi is going to have to come up with something now, because yet again, they cannot mess up again. Uprising does not want to repeat this again. They don't want to let Tenshi get the reverse sweep on them.
Well, once again, pick for comfort here. I'm not sure if that's what they did last set, but Tenshi is losing their counter picks. You hate that. You hate seeing that. You don't want to be losing on the maps you're picking.
Hey, if Hammerhead Bridge TC is comfort for you when you're a quad frontline team, more power to you.
Yeah, no, you're built different. If they were like, we just went to our favorite map, I'll lose it. I'll lose my mind.
My favorite map, the one that I can't move on. But they made it work somehow. That was last set, and now we're in this set, currently waiting for Tenshi to decide on their counterpick. They're thinking very, very hard here, because they have to get a counterpick perfect. They have to find the perfect counterpick and then beat Uprising's 2 counterpicks. This is going to be a very challenging battle for them, but this is exactly what we saw last time, and they managed to take it back. So we're gonna have to see what happens here.
And I know our poor production wants to go to bed. So if Uprising wins, I know they're going to be incredibly happy. So I'm hearing some noises. Is this it? I think we're about to go in. What's the map? We're going to find out very soon, I think. Map mode. I'm hearing menuing, so I know something's happening.
Yeah, we can hear the streamer's game audio, so we know what's going on, but we can't see it. We can only hear it. Which is just kind of funny. We get to guess what's happening.
Oh wait, we hear like the timer. I hear the timer. This is huge.
I think we could see the game earlier, but I don't think we can see it now.
Oh, okay. You're fine. No worries. Take your time, please.
Yeah, we are getting verification stuff.
Oh, well, hey, we love you too, chat. You guys have been a treat. Thank you. This has been.
This has got to be the most fun. I've only done a couple tournaments for Dapple Productions. This has got to be the most fun one I've had.
This is my first one for Dapple, and it's pretty good. None of the Splatoon like organizations have let me down. They're all sick. Nothing but great events. I've had a blast everywhere. Yes!
Oh, Clam Blitz, Undertow, Spillway. Bowser is completely hyped about this.
I'm so happy!
Uprising is not very happy about this, though. Hydra is a very awkward pick on this map. Machine is very strong. We see a 96 cal from Tenshi. They are not risking anything else, dropping their quad frontline comp, because they know they have to win this one.
I mean, 96 cal is the front line if you land your shots. Right? Am I wrong? 96 cal is like the one weapon where I'm like, okay, yeah, you're a backline, but only sometimes.
When your shots go all around your screen, you don't really have much control in landing them. But we see early pick happening on Tenshi's side, on Uprising. It's just the I can't even say words anymore. It's just the Hydra splatting left. The blue bomb going out, shredding that bubbler. But Tenshi has a very strong push going. They know how to play this map. This is a very smart counter pick. Very awkward for long range. Uprising 2 down, Tenshi 1 up. It's just the junior left to try and hold this. They are backing up, trying to live, trying to prevent that wipe, trying to maybe get jumps in for their team if they don't get pressured away. But Uprising does have a clam now, and they're going for a counter push pretty much right off the bat, it seems. They have 2 clams. They just have to get the picks, and they have to get in there. And they can get a decent chunk of the way to taking this lead back.
You say it like it's so easy. This map, getting in is sometimes one of the most brutal as we just saw there. one of Tenshi Slayer's.
The 52 gal,
96
hedges
gal.
their bets. 96 gal. No,
I
52
told
gal
you it's a
hedges their
frontline
bets
weapon.
on the 96. I can't even say words anymore. They throw a climb ball backwards for their teammate to hopefully pick up, knowing that it's kind of a lost cause. While Tenshi pushes back in, and yet again, it's just the junior left to anchor for them. But Uprising goes for an instant counter push, no hesitation. Completely trying to push everyone out of there. The brush does go down, and the ball is there. That Bria Bomb acting as a vision block.
No!
The floor, potentially allowing them to get in there, but it doesn't work out. They paint over the Bria Bomb. They just spray through the smoke, and they leave the ball there, sitting to die.
Tenshi trying to keep our poor production lead awake for the rest of time right now. Vacuum player holding on to this mid right now. Where are we firing this? Yeah, that's probably the right shot. Oh, they got someone from downtown. Oh my God, NBA Jam superstar back here with the vacuum. Wonderful.
That wasn't even an explosion. That was a direct shot. They knew. That is insane shot from the 96 scout.
And look at Uprising.
Takes the counter push anyways. Two down scoring clams, trying to get that safety lead. They are very close to taking that lead, leading Tenshi back
come on,
on the offensive. They take the lead, and
they're still going.
They're going. They're still going. They are out of clams now, but they don't care. Finding clams around the map, keeping the push up, even though it's scrappy, leaving just the Hydra to completely run for their lives. That is not very good for Tenshi. They have to find a way back in. They don't have a very strong lead, but there are only 2 minutes left on the clock. So
This
they
is
don't have the time.
They can make something happen though. They got Bubbler, they got specials ready, and they just need to get a few more clams to get the rest of their team together. I mean, we're talking quite literally 2 more clams if you can reach up there.
Ooh.
Gets a pick on that left side. Oh no, Tenshi's getting a ton of players down. This is the push they needed. Look at all those power clams. No, wait, someone goes down immediately. Oh my God, brush players doing what brush players do best.
Big bubble
Whoa.
with the 2 clam balls inside, abandoned completely.
Make you sick.
Uprising going for the counter push.
Look, I'm
So
telling you, it'll make your
So
stomach
sad to see
turn
those.
to have that much of a setup, to have all the pieces in place. You're gonna play the greatest game of Shoji in your life, and then it all goes down like that. But just as I say it, Tenshi gets the wipeout. They're gonna be able to run in. How fast can they score this? That's gonna get rid of the penalty. Clams, more clams. Clams?
They only need a couple more clams, and they have a ball on the map. If the ball can get a jump in, they will bring the score down to 1 point. Uprising is now in a very bad situation. All they need is 1 more clam in, and they have a decent amount of time. Clams are on the field. There are clams over there, but not quite enough time. Just a couple more seconds when needed to get that KO. Uprising now needs to completely knock out Tenshi to score this. This is not looking good for Uprising, but we've seen what they can do in the past. So we have to see how back and forth these games can go, because they are always like that. They are always going back and forth. The 2 balls going in, if they can get a jump in, if my math is correct, that will end the game. If they get a jump, if they get both balls in, that will bring it down to 1 and tie it up, actually, if my math is correct. So that is going to be huge if they can get the 2 balls in, because they just
Let's see, they gotta win a few more fights. They do take out someone on the back line. The junior player right now down below, trying to hold this mid. They're gonna actually be able to throw the ball in themselves, breaking the
I don't know
barrier.
if that was the play. I don't know if that was the play, giving Uprising even more ammo. All that she has to do is get a climb in right now, and the game will end. And they managed to do it. They managed to find it, not giving Tenshi the second chance that they wanted to have. Leaving Uprising in a fairly awkward spot. They have to make this counter pick. They have to win their counter pick. And if they don't, this is going to be a flashback to the previous bracket, with Tenshi making it the longest, most drawn out as they can, refusing to die, refusing to be knocked out of the tournament.
I'm gonna have to ask the I have to ask the TO earlier if we can provide coffee for DJ Jam for next time, because damn, I feel a little bad right now. Our poor production having to. Oh, that's unfortunate. Doesn't like coffee. I'm really worried about them right now. This is gonna be a long one, chat. And I love me some Undertow. That was a really nice way to turn the tension. Honest to God, go for cover, go for the map. Hey, kind of worked there. I wonder if that's something they've practiced, or they're just like they're kind of scrappy and they know it. But that's a good start. But now Uprising has counterpick advantage on game point, which is again just as spooky as it was in the last match, because now they get to pick a map, and if they win it, GG's.
this could be just a speed bump, or this could be a reverse sweep in the making. So this is very exciting. If Tenshi wins this one, Uprising will be on their toes. And Uprising chooses Mincemeat Metalworks, on zone, one of the worst map modes in the game.
That Uprising dominated on
by the competitive community. Yeah. So this is definitely something that Uprising has experience with. They dominated against a similar quad frontline comp with Double Machine and Fligza on their team. So we're gonna have to see if they can pull this off again, or if they will be put back on their toes, left in a 2-2 with a game 5 bracket reset. This is a very hype game. Uprising has to win this one, or they're going to be in a very, very uncomfortable position. We see similar comps coming out from both sides. Yeah, the exact same comp pretty much Tenshi dropping the 96 gal in favor for a quad frontline comp.
Yeah, I mean, would you expect anything less out of this? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's comfort, right? They're just gonna go for. They probably picked the 96 gal for a very specific reason on that map. I can only assume, or maybe they wanted to test the waters, but they're back on what's comfortable. And unfortunately, what's also comfortable is this map for Uprising. They get the first opening, and the first big lead rather. And look at this: booyah bombs, crab tanks, everything but a brush, because the poor brush died at mid. I want to see this brush get a wipe. I've been waiting for it. Booyah bombs trying to retake the point, and that's the worst part about this map, of course. You can retake the point with a single booyah bomb, but that one wasn't to retake the point. That one seemed aimed at our Splash-O-Matic player right now, but they're sitting pretty right now, holding back Tenshi. This is not going to be how you want to go out with only 48 points remaining.
Yeah, and I actually think the most painful part of the map is what Tenshi has to do right now. Pushing back in, getting that plat, especially if Uprising can cap that plat, get control of that plat, then Tenshi will have a terrible time pushing back in. But Tenshi does cap the zone anyways. They go 2 down in the process. Uprising pushing in with 3, capping the zone yet again. Raining fire with the crab pick on the zone. Yeah, the fastest zone flip we've ever seen.
Uprising came in guns blazing. They were like, wow, that's a crazy zone you have. Anyway, crab tank. And they took the whole thing. It was so fast. I mean, of course, Tenshi fighting tooth and nail right now, but there's the booyah bomb, layering these specials perfectly. This is scrappy, but the worst part about this back and forth, Uprising wins it. Uprising wins this back and forth. If you're not careful, they'll just stall the timer all the way down, and then you have to have a very long hold, which is not looking likely.
Yeah, we see a big bubble coming out on the junior, trying to, desperately to just cap the zone there, get some neutral. We have 3 people on the zone right now. Somehow, no paint around it. The Splash goes down, the junior goes down, the 52 goes down, just the machine left. They neutralize the zone for just a little bit of time, but they get wiped out, and they don't have much time to push back in. They're not going to have specials, they're not going to have resources, they have to push in dry right now. They have to get those picks. This is not looking good for Tenshi, but they have made miracles in the past. So we're just going to have to see the kill roll going out, getting a pick on the machine. But that is awful for Tenshi. Getting a pick on the junior as well. They only have 2 people to push in with about 5 seconds left on the board. They're not going to have time. That's it. They were so close there. Just another second or 2 and they would have been able to cap the zone. But it's not going to happen. Uprising taking that back. Not going to risk another reverse sweep. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
one of the most exhausting sets.
That was intense. Uprising, though, this is their place. And I was going to say Lulu. Once I saw Lulu get up to their spawn platform, I was like, okay, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
Because, this team got so much momentum when they first had this map. I was like, oh, yeah, no, if you can't give it to them like that. And they won. They won definitively. And because I know our poor production wants to go to bed, I'm going to keep this one short. Thank you all so much for joining us for bracket today. Paddling Pool 186, your champions Uprising. And real quick, Asect, where can the people find you?
I'm Asect, A-C-E-C-T on YouTube. Asect with 4 T's, A-C-E-C-T-T-T-T on Twitch and Twitter, I believe. It might just be... Nope, it is 4 T's on Twitter, all caps. And it's not going to be hard to find me. I'm pretty sure you can just search ACECT, and I'm the only thing that will come up, besides a random machine called Asect 2000 for some reason that I discovered when I googled my own name. But thank you for having me. Where can they find you, Bowser?
Hi, my first name is Bowser. My handle's X45X, and you can find me at X45X everywhere. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and then my TikTok is x45x.ttv, where I sped aerospray propaganda and the reason you all have to suffer with that. But that's it from us. Again, to production, thank you so much. Thank you to the TOs and everyone involved. We really enjoyed the show, and we will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.
Peace.